Association of IT Delhi Alumni. We are starting a bit late. Mr. Naveen Munjal, the Managing Director of Hero Motor Electric Vehicles. He has been unfortunately stuck in traffic. And I think since most of us are from Delhi, we connect with that situation. We have been there, sometime or the other. We are starting a bit late. Mr. Naveen Munjal, the Managing Director of Hero Motor Electric Vehicles. He has been for this man to stop. Well, so Mr. Munjal was gracious enough to agree to address from the car. That's the best thing that can be done at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to this renewed, exciting start to the conference. Let me hand over to Mr. Naveen Munjal.
Good morning, everybody. My sincere apologies for this. I didn't realize that there is a traffic advisory out today because of the local elections, and there are traffic jams all over the place. So I've been stuck in the car for about an hour and a half now. So my sincere apologies for this. Now, if I just talk about electric vehicles, which is what I was supposed to talk when I came there. So I've been in this space now for 15 odd years. And in this 15 years, when we formed the company, we knew that the market is going to electrify at some point of time. We just didn't know when it's going to electrify. The changes that I'm seeing in the last 2 years are far greater than what I'd seen in the 15 years prior to that. So there is a dramatic shift which is happening towards e-mobility, and that's happening across sectors. So whether you look at it from a two-wheeler perspective, you look at it from a three-wheeler perspective, cars, or even public transport. The government agenda was to get two-wheelers and public transport and three-wheelers on the roads. That's what in the move on. We have a very 85% of the market for the consumer market is a two-wheeler market, and a large part of that is the commuter segment, and that's what we've been targeting. So in the last few years, there are dramatic shifts happening. There are dramatic changes that we are seeing in the way that people commute, in the way that people buy mobile vehicles, and other forms of e-commerce deliveries, etc. So some of the large changes which have been there is the ecosystem has now begun to get developed, which wasn't really there in the last few years. So in the 2 to 3 years back, if I spoke about this, there was a big challenges, whether it was financing, it was the ecosystem, the charging infrastructure, it was the awareness in the market, etc. Now, some of those factors have been taken care of. So financing has improved dramatically in the last few years. Awareness is at an all-time high. It has never been this good for this electric vehicle sector in the last number of years, whether it is from the two-wheeler perspective or from the cars or any other forms of vehicles. When we consider the supply chains, which has been a big challenge to start with, because the volumes weren't there. Now those have begun to fall in place in the last 2 years or so. And plus, of course, give it the huge push that we are getting the tailwinds from the government. So we have a FAME policy in place, which is FAME 2. Now, this policy, while it's scheduled to go on till March of 2024, we will actually run out of it well before that. So we anticipate by July, August of next year of 23, we actually go to hit the 1 million unit mark in the two-wheeler segment. And then hopefully we will come up with a FAME 3 policy. Besides that, the government has also set the PLI policy in place. Now, the PLI is there for manufacturing of vehicles. There is a PLI for batteries, which has been oversubscribed. And there is a PLI for the chips, which is again being worked on at this point of time. So very strong tailwinds when it comes from the central governments. Besides the central governments, there are a number of state governments which have the policies in place. So there's about 18 states which have different forms of policies in place. Now, whether those are to do with the manufacturing of vehicles in their state, or it's even to sell the vehicles in their state. Now, what is required is that we are required to, now we should put our mandates in place on where the market should electrify, since there's conversion already happening. This year, the conversion rate, which was earlier about 1.5% of the total two-wheeler market, is going to be about close to 5% this year. So that's the kind of jump that we are seeing. We anticipate in the next few years, by 2027, this number would be a minimum of about 40 to 50%, which means anything from about 10 to 12 million units of electric vehicles, up from about 600,000 this year, which was about 300,000 last year. So that's the kind of growth that you're going to see. When you talk within some of the government circles and within one of the policymakers, etc., the number that we could achieve by even 2030 is way beyond 80% for the two-wheelers. Now, that is a significant numbers because what that requires is a very, very large, robust manufacturing system to come into place, very robust supply chain to come into place. So when we look at the technology evolution, how technology is going to evolve, right now we are on lithium-ion batteries, whether it's an NMC or it's a LFP, etc. But what is going to happen really is that we are going to start seeing other forms of batteries coming in, whether it's zinc or it's solid states or aluminum. There's a lot of talk about hydrogen fuel cell, for example. Hydrogen fuel cell will probably come into the larger forms of vehicles to start with, and then trickle down to the smaller vehicles. But when you look at the overall mobility sector at this point of time, one thing is very, very clear that we are going to move away from any emission vehicles, tailpipe emissions. We are going to move towards zero emission vehicles. And there is really no R&D at a global level which is happening on any vehicles which are emission vehicles. So very clearly, we are going to move towards zero emission, and that is what is required for multiple factors. When we look at it from a climatic standpoint, we are signatories to the 2070 Accord, which talks about zero emission or net zero by 2070. And when you start working backwards, mobility is one of the sectors which really needs to work at this point of time. We can't really afford to wait. When you look at it, consider it from a environmental standpoint, we've got AQI levels in Delhi are already, even right now, are already close to about 400 levels. Now, in most parts of the world, those would be inhuman levels. And coupled with COVID, which we've just addressed, we've just had, that has a beating on us. Takes a beating on our lungs. So COVID plus the PM 2.5 that we've got is not a very good idea. So we have to move, and beyond that, all of that, a very important factor is the economics. So now electric vehicles, because of the subsidies, because of support that we are getting, are at similar price to that of a entry-level two-wheeler, and even in cars. And when you consider the TCO, the total cost of running, or the total cost of ownership, that is extremely low. So it's about 1/10 that of an IC engine vehicle. So from an environmental standpoint, we have to move there. From a climatic standpoint, we have to move there, and it helps from an economic standpoint as well. So the conversion is happening at a very, very fast pace now, already happening. Now, when we look at it, how the markets are going to evolve. So there is going to be a B2B market. There is a B2C market, which is a very important one, where you have the dealerships and whether you sell online or offline. So there is a physical plus a digital platforms which are already working. There is a very large amount of the service network that we're already establishing. So we call it the PGOs, the private garage owners. We've already trained about 8,000 of them, which is how we are creating that whole ecosystem. Besides that, there's a large amount of infrastructure that we've already put in place for charging. Now that is expanding very, very rapidly now. So we've already installed about 4,000 charging stations, and there's about 40,000 more which are going to be installed over the next 2.5 years or so. Now, large part of this is going to be done in partnership with companies which weren't really there in the race earlier, but now this market is becoming significant. So when you look at it from a pyramid structure, the base of that pyramid is going to be two-wheelers, because that's what India commutes on, and that is where the maximum amount of savings are. That is going to create the large volumes, basis which the other forms are going to actually make significant returns for the other forms. So for the cars and public transport, everything. But you really need to get a strategy right when it comes to the two-wheeler sector. That is a very, very important sector for India. So very strong tailwinds, very, very strong supply chains falling in place now. What is missing in this whole segment at this point is things like batteries and chip shortage, etc. Those are some challenges which exist right now. Also, when you consider the kind of growth that's happening, of course, when the growth is there, there are some challenges which are there. The supply chains have to fall in place, and there is a lag between the demand and supply at times, because it's a it's a production-led growth that we are seeing here. And for that to fall in place, you've got to put your supply chains in place, your dealer network in place, your service network in place, and the product has to be robust enough. It's one thing to manufacture a few thousand vehicles, and it's another thing to manufacture a few million vehicles. And so putting those systems in place is extremely important. But now I'm confident that, when we look at it from a perspective of the country and the requirements, etc., I am extremely confident that the path ahead is absolutely electric. it is zero emission, tailpipe zero emissions, and which is what is required for most of our urban centers. We are following a hockey stick growth already. Now, this hockey stick growth is going to continue for the near foreseeable future, and it's only going to expand from here on. So I am confident that the world ahead for us, India, the future is bright, it's electric, and the future is green. And we will find that this market converts much faster than any of us are anticipating. And that's something that we've been waiting for a long time. So thank you so much. I am again so sorry that I'm not there in person at the conference. I'm stuck somewhere on the road somewhere, so I've just parked and just doing this virtually the best that I can at this point.
Thank you.
So thank you for having me.
Let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Munjal for being entrepreneurial, making way for this from the road, one of its kind. So it's an interesting start for the day. Mr. Munjal, thank you so much. You gave so many beautiful points. You gave a perspective of how this market is growing very well. The regulations are falling in place. The supply chains are falling in place, which combines, makes up the total sauce for a hot opportunity. This is going to be the hottest opportunity in the next decade, undoubtedly. And Hero Motors is leading the way for that. Hero Motor Electric Vehicle, I beg your pardon, with almost 32% market share, if I'm right, as on date. But I'm sure they're not contented with that. They want more. Thank you, Mr. Munjal.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Great. So, when you do the conferences and you want to start the day, you prepare a lot that as it starts, I'll say this and I'll say that. And then what happens is the chief guest is stuck in the traffic. And you forget about all that and, you try to hurry up a Zoom link, somehow get it started, all right? So the point I'm making is let's reset and restart. To begin with, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you once again. It's wonderful to see that despite all the traffic that all of us have braved this morning, the house is pretty full. And that says a lot about the electric vehicle as an opportunity, the IoT community, and the automotive industry community as a thriving, aspiring community in the country, right? Which is sure to make the best of the electric vehicle opportunity. This conference is said that it is being organized by the associations of IIT BHU alumni and Pan IIT. It is supported by NASSCOM Center of IoT and AI, ACMA, Association of IIT Delhi. Gentlemen, ladies, we could make this conference free for you to attain because somebody is picking up the bill, and that is our sponsors. So we should start with a thank you note to all our sponsors who pitched in rather generously, and I must say to an alumni association, rather than a for-profit conference organizing body. So we are very thankful to all our sponsors, starting from our diamond partner, Scrum Study, our gold partners, Tata Motor, Rustomji Developers, Tata Power Easy Charge, Greaves Electric Mobility, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Link Code. Our silver partners for this conference are IDFC First Bank, Briar Asia, and Hexagon. Our industry partners include Atlas Copco, Markforged, Setrans Mobility, and One Words. Please give a round of applause to our sponsors. So, as we all have come to this conference and a lot more people are expected to come during the day. So what is it that we're going to take away from here? Well, multiple things. I feel that one is, if you are a technology enthusiast, you are likely to learn about new, exciting technological developments, okay, in the EV industry. If you are an entrepreneur, you'll probably be spotting the emerging opportunities. And if you're a business professional, you'll probably figure out that what's going to scale and what's not. So all combined, there is something for everybody here. We just have to go through the way, engage, interact, make the best use of the opportunity, talk to the speakers, be frank in asking your questions, right? And enjoy the day. Well, it is, before we get on to let's get on to the next session that we have. Electric vehicle right now is such a hot opportunity that it is being eyed by the financial institutions around the world, every kind of it, including the likes of IFC, World Bank, and everybody. And our next speaker today, who is going to do it from Washington, okay, Shomik Raj Mendiratta. He is the practice manager for transport vertical of World Bank Southeast Asia. Shomik is a proud alumnus of IIT BHU 1991. World Bank has done a fair bit of work in the emergence of EV industry, and they have actually said that in addition to the benefits which are coming from the decarbonization, the electric mobility, the other benefits which are being understood in the process and in the process are that it will promote inclusive mobility, right? Which is basically, it will make mobility more accessible for all economic stratas. It will promote local air quality. We all can connect with that. It will bolster, and therefore it will bolster energy security as a derivative, and it will democratize manufacturing, which means manufacturing, the investment in manufacturing in the various components of electric vehicles is probably not going to be as daunting as some of the large industries, and therefore that is going to democratize manufacturing. But why am I summarizing some of what Mr. Shomik Raj Mendiratta is going to say? Let's hear it straight from the man, Shomik Raj Mendiratta.
A pleasure to be here. My name is Shomik Mendiratta, and I'm currently the practice manager for transport in South Asia at the World Bank. But more importantly, I have a roll number of 870306. I'm a IIT BHU alum, and I'm super excited because this is the first time I've had the pleasure of speaking at a BHU event, and so great to be able to do that. Look, I'm going to talk about e-mobility from the perspective of the World Bank. And when I talk about the perspective of the World Bank, I'm really talking about the perspective of global public goods, emission, and I'm talking about the perspective of development, how to think about cities that are healthy, cities that efficiently match jobs to people, cities that help development. So, when we think about e-mobility, even a couple of years ago, people essentially thought about Teslas and upper middle class Norwegians buying their second vehicle. And I think the first message I'd like to give is that the future actually is now. E-mobility is relevant globally and for India. And from a perspective that we look at, it's relevant not only for issues of emissions, which are now increasingly a part of the conversation for countries like India, but for air pollution, for the new mobility segments they offer, and for the job opportunities and business opportunities the new mobility ecosystem offers. So I'll talk about a report, a flagship report, a global economics of e-mobility flagship report that we at the World Bank released at just a couple of weeks ago at the COP in Egypt. And this report, like I said, found that e-mobility is relevant globally, but for a country like India and for Indian cities, maybe I'll make 4 or 5 points. First, that in some critical market segments, the e-mobility is already a viable proposition for consumers. This is particularly true for 2 or 3 wheelers, and from a total cost of ownership perspective, also true for intensively used e-buses. And these, for the most, are the markets that I'm going to talk about. The second point, when this TCO, this total cost of ownership, is competitive, upfront costs for e-vehicles are higher than conventional vehicles, and much more so in the case of e-buses. An acceleration of market uptake is going to require us to think about financing mechanisms. Third point I'd make is that carbon benefits or emission benefits, decarbonization benefits from e-vehicles are real and significant, even in the case of India today, where the grid is essentially a thermal grid, but the expectation is that it will get significantly cleaner quickly in the coming years. Air pollution is a big part of the public benefits, 50% in the Indian context. And there are significant public benefits related, of course, to energy security and the macro impacts of not having to import oil. So, you know, when I think about e-mobility and e-vehicles from a World Bank context, I want to make clear that, of course, it's a big part of the solution, you know, for the reasons I've listed, for emissions, for air pollution, for energy security. But it's only part of the solution. E-buses and e-scooters and e-cars don't solve congestion. For Indian cities to be as productive as they need to be, for Indian cities to be healthy, e-mobility will always need to be complemented by strong and successful public transport systems that are able to attract those of you in the room, able to attract people that have a choice, and would have to be complemented by cities that are really much more walkable and cyclable to reduce the pressure on motorized modes altogether. That said, most of you probably know these numbers. E-mobility and e-vehicles are already a big real market in India. You know, even though they are just 0.5% of the total vehicles stock, we have over 1 million vehicles in the market on the road. And by 2030, the annual sales of 2-3-wheelers e-mobility EV vehicles can grow as much as to 10 million a year for two-wheelers. So that's very, very significant. Look, and this is driven by the economics. These are results from our own analysis that suggests that for electric two-wheelers, the total cost of ownership for EVs is already significantly lower than for conventional two-wheelers. And that's true for three-wheelers too. And the market has shown in the Grand Challenge, which I will speak to a little bit at the end, that even in the case of e-buses, properly done, e-buses, the total cost of ownership is very favorable compared to diesel buses in the Indian context. So this is in one sense the money slide, that look, the economics of e-mobility are very favorable for these markets in India. Now that said, the question, of course, is why is the market not bigger than it is? And that perhaps is worth spending a little time talking about. And some of the issues are ecosystem issues. Charging solutions need to be more ubiquitous, and there may well be a need for battery swapping that requires a complex regulatory and ecosystem of standards and systems. Some of it is financial, and we'll talk about this more, but as I've said, you know, upfront costs are higher. Most 2- and 3-wheelers are bought with financing, and financing costs for 2- and 3-wheelers, e-vehicles are much higher than for corresponding ICE vehicles. And of course, there's still technology risks. There's a very nascent resale market. There's not enough trust in the technology. Some spectacular fires in the last year did not help. There's a need for standards and thinking about lowering technology risks for 2- and 3-wheelers. In the bus market, it's actually even more complex. You know, there's a kind of combination of regulatory, procurement, and financial hurdles that need to be thought about. Because upfront cost of e-buses is so much higher than the capital cost is so much higher than diesel buses, that e-buses make most sense when they're thought of as streams of cost for operation over a 10 or 12-year period versus a bus procurement. But of course, when you think about it that way, then you have to think about who's buying these services. And in the Indian context, for e-buses, most services are provided by or managed by or owned by at least STUs. And STUs have financial issues, and then they're just not a very inspiring customer to have if you're if you're signing a 12-year operations contract. So what does all of this mean? All of this, I think, this is a slide that summarizes that look, you've got markets that are viable. You've got the 2 and 3 wheeler segment and the e-buses segment that are ready to really pop. But there are issues of the enabling environment, technology risks and some issues related to the ecosystem and financing for 2 and 3 wheelers, and a more complex set of regulatory ownership, procurement issues related to e-buses. But if you get them right, then our analysis suggests that by, say, 2030, which is where this analysis is for, compared to a baseline, you could double the penetration of vehicles from 5.6 million annual in sales to 11.9, with the corresponding benefits in carbon and all the other public benefits that you would have. So look, this is a time, let me pivot a little bit and think about what needs to be done to get this enabling environment right. And more specifically, let me talk about 4 ways that the World Bank is being a partner to Government of India to try and solve some of these. The first is the 2 and 3 wheeler market, where, as I have said, a big part of the issue is how to lower the costs of commercial finance. And as I think many of you know, that most 3-wheelers and a majority of 2-wheelers are purchased through financing or using loans. But in the case of electric vehicles, that's true for only 20% because of the difficulty in getting financing. So here, the bank is, at the direction of Niti Aayog, is working with SIDBI on a risk-sharing program that will look to lower the financing cost from, about 22% today to about 16%. It depends on markets, of course, using a de-risking facility and low-interest funds. So this is one particular step to accelerate uptake in the 2-3-wheeler market. A second thing that we have been doing is working on e-buses. A lot of our support so far has been analytical support to help government think about how to take a market that's fundamentally loss-making at the moment. The average bus is a bus that loses 30% for every kilometer driven, and to turn that into a market that is a viable market. And that's been through a combination of changes to the model concession agreement for concessioning services, unbundling buying of buses to buying services. And that we find that combined with better planning, for better route planning and better use of assets from the STU, would turn what is a loss-making market into a neutral market. And together with the FAME subsidy, which I'm sure all of you know, which is offered through Department of Heavy Industries, turn the market into an actual viable economic market. The spectacular success of the Grand Challenge, 5,000 e-buses across 6 cities at scale, actually shows the success of this. The price is between 40 and 50 rupees a kilometer that they have been able to get. I think were surpassed anybody's expectations and were much better than the kinds of prices that were being paid for even diesel buses a year or 2 ago. So that has been a big part of our support, helping the contracting approach with government. But we stand ready and still are in discussions with government to see if more support is needed to close some of these contracts. There's some noise in the market about the STUs, and we are having preliminary discussions to see if we can pull together a combination of financial solutions, like a first loss facility that would be financed by climate grants, combined with a payment security mechanism to give confidence to the operator, plus a capacity building support for the STUs to build confidence in the market. So that's two, that's buses. And those are the two financial ones. And we have been doing a lot of work with the ecosystem, with NITI Aayog, to help them think through the analytical and regulatory setup from high-level issues on governance and institutional capability to thinking through the battery swapping and battery standards kind of issues that are needed to give confidence in the market. And perhaps finally, the fourth is we are helping government think about kind of futuristic worlds where these e-vehicles become not just users of clean energy as the grid gets cleaner, but also storage, places where during the peak energy is stored, and in an ideal world is a storage that can be used back in the system when needed. So, well, this is all a little bit more futuristic stuff, but very much this is the time to start thinking about it. So let me then try and finish. First, of course, to say that a lot of the work that we have done, which has gone into what I have presented just now, can be accessed, and I'm happy to provide more detail to anyone who wants any particular report. A lot of the reports are out on our website. And then finish by saying three things. The future indeed is now for e-mobility in India, but getting the policy ecosystem and the general ecosystem right can double market penetration in the next few years. And finally, that the World Bank is a partner to GOI. We've been helping to Government of India. We've been helping with analytical work. We've been helping with policy support, and are starting to help with financing support to accelerate this market. So let me stop here. I'll be at you. Thank you.
You're not there to hear our thanks, but I'm sure we'll pass it on. Wonderful. So now let's get on to the next one. This event is being organized, as I repeat once again, that associations of IIT BHU alumni. And we have the chairperson of ASI, which is the Association of IIT BHU alumni here, Mr. Nitin Malhotra. So I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Nitin Malhotra here and ask him to share a few words with us about the IIT BHU Alumni Association. By the way, this association, in case you don't have an idea of the scale, it has more than 16,000 members. Okay, and substantial activities are going on. We have a big round of applause for Mr. Nitin Malhotra, please.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. Electric vehicles is a very important subject these days. I'll try to simplify what Mr. Munjal and Shomik said. India needs a lot of catching up to do. We are, I think, 10 to 15 years behind. But before I start that, let me thank the wonderful work done by the organizers from IIT BHU and Pan IIT Alumni. So let me first thank Sanjeev Nikor, who's done a lot of hard work. Devashish Bhattacharya, our man of all seasons, now chairman and IIT. These are all my batchmates from IIT BHU and maybe a little senior or junior. And of course, Vaibhav. Where's Vaibhav? So he's done a lot of good work. And Sudhanshu Mittal, Arun Anant, Sunil Khanna. But most of all, 60 of our young students have come from IIT BHU. And they look very sharp to me compared to what we looked in their age. We had two different colored chappals, one blue and one Hawaii chappal in some pink color or something. So these people look very sharp. Thank you so much for calling me, and it's a rare honor. We have a lot of speakers from IIT BHU today, but there is also a long list of alumni who really made a mark in their lives all over the world from IIT BHU. Just a quick recap, because some of you are not from IIT BHU. In the early 1900s, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, who was our legendary founder, was a very worried man. He was very worried because he thought that eventually Britishers will leave India. And what happens to India after that? Who's going to run the country after that? So he wanted that we produce good engineers, doctors, educationists, scientists, and that was the genesis of BHU. IIT BHU today is a 103-year-old institution, and we are eternally grateful to our legendary founder, Bharat Ratna Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji, and we always start thanking him. We always start with thanking him for everything. The speakers today are all from BHU, or most of them. So we have Sanjay Bahel, CEO of Greaves Motor. You've just heard Shomik, who is from IIT BHU. And then we have Professor Akshay Kumar Rathore, Narsimhan Ishwar. So the ever-present Dr. Pramod Joshi. Vani Dantam, I'm told that he's going to be here at some point in time. Vani Dantam was my junior, and I would see that he was doing his PhD in Cornell and now heads a big lithium-ion battery plant in US. KVS Manian from Kotak Bank, Deepak Pava, Dr. Sujit Kumar. Sujit Kumar is another IIT BHU graduate who runs a fantastic lab for lithium-ion batteries in Santa Clara. I've seen his lab, and it's very impressive. He's got funding from Volkswagen and General Motors to create batteries that can be charged in 15 minutes. So it's very impressive. I think he's going to be talking to you. Shailesh Chandra, who's the CEO of Tata Motors, Vinny Mehta, and of course, people like that. I've had the privilege of seeing the Tesla factory in Fremont. So it was beyond impressive. There is a 46-week waiting list to see this factory. But then we had another IIT BHU alumni who was the CFO of Tesla at that point in time, Deepak Ahuja. He showed me the plant, and all the 60 young students would from IIT BHU would tell you कि यार हमें waiting list apply नहीं करती, so I got to see the plant immediately. I've been also going to China from 2000 onwards, and I've seen the mercurial rise of this country. Around 2003, you would have very small three-wheelers where barely two people could sit. They would transport you from the metro station to your hotel. Those were really dangerous vehicles. When I look at our Toto, I think Toto is also very unsafe, very unstable, and very poorly designed. But I tell you that Toto has served a huge purpose in the urban landscape of India. Varanasi gets 30 to 40 lakh tourists per month, 40 lakh tourists per month. After Modi ji became the member of parliament from Varanasi, the city was transformed. We get 70,000 pilgrims visiting the magnificent Kashi Vishwanath Mandir corridor for darshan. So 70,000 people go there every day. And without this humble Toto, Banaras would have been a complete disaster. So they take you from point A to B for a mere 100 rupees. So it is much faster than a pedal rickshaw and much cheaper. But also remember that they still don't run on lithium ion batteries. They run on lead acid batteries. Till 5 years back, the Chinese small companies had godowns scattered all over Delhi, and they were supplying everything from wire harness to electric motors to the frames to tires. And small-time mechanics would go there, buy these things, and assemble them in their workshops, make 1 to 5, 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 Totos every day. But I tell you that Totos have come to rescue our urban transportation. And this is the time when our students or BTech or MTech students can really work on this and improve upon this. I've also seen a lot of medium-sized lithium-ion battery plants in China. And I would often wonder why India doesn't have its own battery manufacturing capacities. One reason, of course, was that China was very smart. They cornered all the lithium mines all around the world. And in lithium-ion battery manufacturing, 70% of the cost comes from the raw materials. So that was one disadvantage India has faced. And while the battery chemistries are well understood all over the world by labs, by engineering schools, the lithium iron phosphate or lithium NMC, nickel manganese cobalt, and now the current lithium sulfur batteries. But taking them from the lab to production is one hell of a challenge, which no Indian industry has been able to do anything. So as you know that even in small panel manufacturing, solar panel manufacturing, all the production lines come from China. The same story is here. If you need a production line, you have to go to these countries. India has been very poor in taking the lithium-ion battery from lab to production line. So this is one of our big weaknesses. Also, the next set of batteries are going to be away from lithium-ion batteries. They are probably going to be sodium-ion batteries, and I hope India will not miss the bus there. It is very important that we catch up on this. The bigger batteries, as Shomit and Mr. Munjal were saying, for energy storage are going to be probably zinc air flow batteries. So India really needs to do a lot of thinking in this line, and I hope that this EV conference will give some kind of an impetus to our policymakers, to our entrepreneurs, to everybody. As Mr. Munjal was saying about the hydrogen economy, it is probably that in the next 5 years, you will see that most of our solar plants, and we are going to have about 500 gigawatts of solar plants, they will stop selling power to the DISCOMs because they lose money. They'll probably start generating hydrogen. And as the electrolyzer technologies become better, this is one aspect that you'll see happening very quickly. Just yesterday, one of the IIT BHU students, Kartikeya Sharma, he was given $300 million from Partners Fund in Zurich. And that was a very proud moment for all of us. So I had to tell that group कि भैया अगर धंधा पक्का करना और पैसा लेना है तो अपने ग्रुप में एक IIT BHU का लड़का जरूर रखो. That's how you make money. So these people have been given a mandate to create, to develop more solar farms. So it's a very young company, and I'm very proud of the work that they have done. So once we get hydrogen, then you know that's a different ball game. So all of us are aiming towards reducing carbon emissions. India imports $200 billion worth of oil. That makes our economy vulnerable. That makes our diplomacy vulnerable. Just imagine if we could half cut our imports by half, and our carbon emissions would be down. the dollar exchange, the dollar rupee parity would be much better. Some studies say that if we are able to cut down our oil imports by 50%, the dollar could be probably at 60 rupees rather than 82 rupees. And those who have been spending a lot of time, in our time, it was 7 rupees to a dollar when we started. Now it's 82 rupees. It's pretty shameful, I think. I think this is the time when all IITs and engineering schools should get connected with industry on a day-to-day basis. What is most important is that industries come to our labs in IITs and say that ye hamara problem and try and solve it, and we give you money for it. It needs a day-to-day interconnection with industry. This is what I see in China, and this is really lacking in India, and I hope we'll do something about this. In the end, I would like to thank all the organizers. I'd like to thank all the media people. I hope the media people will be able to harp every day on and on about how we need to get the electric vehicles going and what it's doing to our, the present IC engine is doing to our atmospheric emissions, and create awareness on this. My extreme thanks to the organizers, especially to the sponsors without whom we cannot do anything. So thank you very much. And RC and IBA have done a good job, and RC, as Vishambar said, we have 16,000 members all over the world. We're trying to increase this membership, and we request all of you here from IIT BHU to register as quickly as possible. The next year plan is to have a startup conference in Bangalore from Alumni Association of IIT BHU, and one conference on artificial intelligence also. So I look forward to meeting all of you there. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nitin Malhotra, for that wonderful address. Many facts, very interesting snippets. May I call a small token of appreciation for Mr. Malhotra, and may I call on stage Dr. Karthik Sundarraj, Technology Advisor, HMI India, to do the honors on our behalf for giving this memento to Mr. Nitin Malhotra. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Great. Wonderful. Hope you all enjoyed that. Moving on, the opportunity of EVs, as I said, is getting a lot of attention, mind share from all these stakeholders, whether it is the private enterprises, whether it is the government, whether it's our government, US government, world governmental bodies like World Bank. And our own government is doing a fair bit of things regarding policy, regarding the acceleration of business. And one of the key ministries which is responsible for much of the development is the Ministry of Electronics and Technology, formerly called METI. So we have Mr. Om Krishan Singh Ji, Joint Director, Scientist D from METI. May I please request him to come on the stage? Please give a round of applause to Mr. Om Krishan Singh Ji. Please. You have a presentation?
Yeah, I have a presentation. I have.
Will it take a minute or you're ready? Please, be seated. Be seated. So while the presentation is being pulled up, today is 7th December, and one of the main reasons for the EVs to come into life being born is the pollution, right? We all know enough about it. On the same day, 7th December, recently in the year 2014, Mayor of Paris actually called for all diesel cars to be banned from the center of Paris by 2020. Right, one of the that shows the extent of pollution, the way it is capturing the mind share of people, and at the same time, it also shows the inability of the governments to rather control these situations, because in 2014, the 2020 timeline that he gave, French government couldn't meet it. They couldn't ban the diesel car from the center of Paris by 2020. So, and by the way, in the next year, same day, 7th December 2015, Beijing actually issued its first ever red alert on pollution. Well, people who have been to Beijing here, we always wonder that why they didn't issue in 1995 really. It has always been very polluted. But anyways, they finally did that in 2015, same day, 7th December. So as far as pollution is concerned, as far as finding alternative to pollution is concerned, keep this planet livable. Electric vehicles have a key role to play. The number of exciting developments which are happening, whether it is today actually the battery is the talk of the town. If we can figure out the battery, the sort of the future is sorted. While we have figured out the battery to a good extent, but a lot more developments are taking place, whether in terms of the liquid hydrogen, whether in terms of lithium ion, lithium sulfur, many developments are happening in the same battery on the anode side. Several developments are happening on the cathode side. There are companies, startups, which are just working on the anode. There are companies, startups, and the ecosystems which are just working on the cathode. So for us to have an idea of the kind of frenetic activity which is going around the whole world in the area of EVs is absolutely mind-boggling. In all this activity, the main thing, what this activity does for people like us, creates opportunities. With any change, I mean, look at it like this, that today, India, we are selling about something like 1.3 million electric vehicles a year, which includes all two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles, everything. This number is supposed to rise to 20 million a year in 10 years. Now, don't you see that there's the similar situation where 100 years back, right, US probably had everybody had a horse, and one person then finally bought a car. And gradually it became a trend. And over the next 10 years, everybody shifted from a horse to a car. Similar thing is happening. Although what is not saying that the current internal combustion engine cars, the petrol and diesel cars, are going to be completely eliminated. That will take it much longer because of many structural and macroeconomic issues. But the EVs are going to have a much larger share of the overall mobility by 2030, which is barely, a sniffing distance away, really. Yes, yes. Okay, gentlemen. Mr. Om Krishna Singh Ji, Joint Director, Scientist D, METI.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers PhD chamber and IIT BHU alumni. I feel proud that they give the opportunity to present the ministry view, especially which we are doing in the field of electric vehicle. So here I know in the agenda paper, I have seen that many technocrats are, so they will explain pretty good in the technical part, but here I will basically focus on what the ministry initiatives has been taken for the development of subsystems of electric vehicles and manufacturing. So these are the outline for my presentation. So within 10 to 15 minutes, I will cover these things. So as far as ministry structure is concerned, so as all of you know, there are minister, MOS secretary, and there are different under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. There are a lot of autonomous societies, Section 8 companies, statutory organizations, and there are different groups. So here we belongs to the R&D in electronics and IT group. So this groups, actually these are the R&D in electronics. There are different divisions which is basically in different thrust area of the Ministry of IT. So electronic material component division, electronic system development and application division, nanotechnology initiative division, microelectronics development division, medical electronics and health informatics, and national supercomputing mission. So most of them, I think you are aware about these things. So there are other R&D groups apart from this R&D electronics, information technology, communication and broadcasting, innovation and technology development for Indian language. So our vision and objective of this R&D electronics group is to create a R&D ecosystem for societal and strategic applications. So basically here we are reducing the import substitutions of electronics goods, promoting the and accelerate the development for products for local and global needs, and cost-effective indigenous solutions, bridge the gap between the R&D and its commercialization, increase the value addition in electronics products, and promote, apart from this, skilling in a particular area. So these are the structures through the proposals are being taken for the funding as well as for implementing. So here through the call for proposal from the ministry, they're publishing of the call for proposals, and then these are evaluated at different level, and then through the different working group, it get approved and then initiated for the monitoring and implementation. So as far, because one of the thrust area of MIT is to promote the EV technology development. So as we all know that why we are moving, why the ministry and different government organization, regulatory organization focusing to include the EV in our country. So these are like rising air pollution, fast depletion of fossil fuels. So we have to reduce the imports of the fuel. So currently this automotive industry quickly shifting from traditional fuel based to the eco-friendly technology. So EV is one of them. As far as some technical, so why we are moving, so technical is that it provides as per the needs of the vehicle, like initial torques and all. So its efficiency is much more than the IC vehicles. So these are the evaluation through which we are moving, like conventional, hybrid and battery electric vehicle. So as far as efficiency and the energy consumed by the vehicle is concerned, so we can see, like in IC, only the 30% of the total energy is used for the rolling, aero and braking purpose, while in case of electric vehicle, it is around 76%. So its efficiency is much more. That's why we are moving. But the actual need is that the technology, what the currently available in our country, basically for the components level. So it is being imported from outsides. And when we see the situation of different traffics and terrain conditions, so US traffic is very homogeneous, while in case of India traffic, that is very heterogeneous, lot of two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler on a road. So there is a need. I mean, here, slower traffic, low affordability, vehicle, this is mixed two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and harsh climate condition, more than 48 degrees Celsius. So our environmental condition, our road condition, our traffic condition is totally different what the developed country and Western country. But so we cannot blindly follow their components and their whatever they are developing for EV. So there is a need to develop the indigenous solution for all the electric vehicle, starting from the components to subsystem to system. So as Government of India already targeted, there is a target for like 70% for commercial vehicle, 30% private car. It is changing. I mean, a lot of the news items are there, how it is moving and how we are catching the targets. So India is also targeting, if you see the main component, basic components of EV. So I'm not going into details about that, all these. So there is motor, controller, converters, chargers, all of that. But currently, most of the items, most of these components are being imported. I mean, technology part, R&D part, we are taking from outside. Some manufacturing is happening here in our country. So we are now focusing to develop the sub-components at indigenously. So if we see the Ministry of Electronics and IT ecosystem, how we are promoting this EV into our country, starting from the research promotions, I mean, through the call for proposal, as I mentioned earlier, through the call for proposal, we have floated some listed components, their specifications. So where the research institutes like different IITs, ISCs, and along with the companies, they are participating to develop the motor, controller, converter, chargers. IIT BHU is one of them. Two components is, I mean, developing by two different group there. And then this technology development part also we are taking care, not only the R&D like a TRL3, not lab-based, I mean, proof of concept only. It go up to the TRL7, TRL8. So technology development level, then it is being certified by the different agencies. So MIT have some, apart from this ICAT ARI, there is a SAMIR, some EMI, EMC testing is also being done at SAMIR. So SAMIR is a Society of Ministry of Electronics and IT. And there is, I think you all are aware about MIT Startups Hubs, which are promoting for the startups in this particular area. So MSS is there. There are a lot of testing facilities is there, which one is in Pune. And second one is iCreate, that is being funded by the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And for manufacturing incentives, there is earlier it was MSIPs, but it now speaks special promotion for manufacturing electronic components. So it is basically motor and controller. It is taken first in that specs scheme. So you can get the details about how these schemes benefit can be taken. So these details are there in MIT websites. So as far as one program, a specific program that we have initiated at Ministry of Electronics and IT, that is development of electric vehicle subsystem. So the basic objective, I mean, main objective of this program is to develop high performance, reliable, cost-effective electric vehicle component subsystems in motor, controller, converters, and chargers. It should be cost-effective, quality competitive, and suitable to our environment. And it should be at least TRL 6, 7, so that with the industry collaboration, it can go up to the next for the manufacturing in the plant. So these are the execution of the program. These are the methodology that we have followed to fund these programs, to evaluate these programs, and how the commercialization is being taken under this program. So first we have identified this thrust area, which area needs to be targeted based on the requirement of the market. And then we have followed a academia startup industry consortium approach, where all the designer, user, manufacturer brought at a common platforms. Not only they are participating into that, they contributing financially and technically by providing their lab facility and some funds for the manpowers and the capital equipments also. So through the call for proposal, this is being published in the MIT website, as well as different social media platforms. And then examination is being done to take up which has the the proposals have that capability, so that it could go at a commercial level at the end of the day, and it is up to on 18 months and 24 months duration of whole proposals. So pretty good proposals are ongoing in this particular area. So earlier we have floated some call for proposal, so some chargers development. So these are the broad specification. It is not totally like what we have published at that time. So here I have mentioned only the broad items. So like chargers and different DC chargers, which the different kind of DC-DC converters and motor controller. So it is not limited like BLDC, PMSM or hub motor or some induction motor. So SRM and more are coming up. So we are taking consideration to the new technology also for the drivetrain also. And there is a except from the battery, like battery management system is also being taken under this program. So I think ITBHU is also working on this battery management and motor controller technology. Apart from this particular program on electric vehicle system, there is a program, National Mission on Power Electronics Technology. It is since 2004, this program is being run to facilitate research, development, deployment, and commercialization of power electronics technology by enhancing indigenous R&D expertise as well as infrastructure in the country. So here, a lot of industry, academia have participated under this program. So one of the thrust area of this whole program is the EV initiatives. So these are the industry partners, academic partners that have participated under this program. So lot of the technology has been commercialized under this program. So the details may be find out on the NAMPED website, the namped.in. In this program, NAMPED, we have targeted for development of different kind of AC chargers, different power rating AC and DC chargers. So, and not only that, here also some like GAN and SiC based charger, new technology, state of the art technology we are following to develop this kind of charger, so that in future we can develop that kind of charger. So these are the broad specification. So they're like 7 kilowatt, 22 kilowatt AC fast chargers. Similarly, 50 kilowatt DC charger based on the SiC and GAN based charger also. And this 3.3 kilowatt and 7 after the certification, now it is open for transfer of technology and for ready for production. So these are the some chargers that we have developed under this whole program. Not only these chargers, motor and controller, along with the industry partners and institution, we have developed motor and controller for two-wheeler as well as e-rickshaw, and it has been commercialized. Not only commercialized, first lot on Ambir Group that is going to produce using this technology that we have developed under this program. So these are the company that in earlier program they have participated, but currently which is going on, many more companies, more than 50 companies is participating under these programs. So these are the, broad specification that we have developed different kind of by IIT Madras, IIT Kharagpur, DTU Delhi. So in the last Digital India Week, we got the opportunity, Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister visited this stall, and mainly what his instruction was that to, as far as possible, include the industry peoples, and participation is much more to take the technology at commercial level. So, and a lot of launching of the developed technology were done at that event. These are the roadmap that MIT currently having to achieve. So here we have developed some of the technology for two-wheeler, three-wheelers. Now we are focusing for four-wheeler and heavy vehicles for all the components level. So subsystem level we are targeting. So as all of you are aware about this, as I mentioned, that there is a center of excellence in automotive's autonomous connected and electric vehicle in Pune. So which is basically to incubate the different startups working in this particular area. So it is being run with the help of the ARI Pune as well as government of Maharashtra. So for more details, you may visit motion.stpi.in. So this is under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Similarly, there is a society, CMAT, Center for Material Research. So there we have already developed a lithium-ion battery. It has been, the demonstrated on two-wheeler, as well as it is now, this facility can be used by any industry peoples based on some nominal charges is there. So these are the CMAT activity, which is being in the area of EV. Not only this two-wheeler battery, they are targeting some higher range battery for only the NMC currently they are targeting. So as challenges is concerned, so you all are aware that currently the people have like the average price currently is much more than the IC vehicles. So that is one issue, and inadequate charging infrastructure, in which the government is focusing to setting up the charging solutions much more. And battery imports, currently the sales level we are importing, and some of them, some of the companies is going, they have a going to manufacturing facility for sales also. Range anxiety among the consumers, like in a single charge, how much kilometer it will go. So this is the main, we have to change the mindset and how to switch from this IC to EV, that we have to think. And I think with the industry, government, and all the associations, the participation, we can come up with some good programs, proposals. Currently, so these are the, while formulating such kind of proposals and program, we have to think like in a single day, we only use generally 2 to 3 hours our vehicle, and rest of the time it is in the parking state. So how we can use that energy which is in the park stage to transfer that energy into the utilities. So we have to keep in mind. So as earlier speaker mentioned, like battery swapping, the government is working on that swapping and fast charging solution. The fast charging, basically technological intervention will be there, but battery swapping is basically infrastructure creation. So for that, policy is being formulated, how the obstacle and the these things can be taken care. So in battery, so recycling, there is a Ministry of Electronics and IT have a e-waste program. So in that, recycling of the electronic waste as well as this all the EV, it is being taken care. So as we know that more than 90% of the EV materials can be recycled. So it is it is being also taken forward by the Ministry of IT and vehicle to grid technology. We are also focusing on this vehicle to grid technology. So some of the technology development programs and projects for vehicle to grid, it is under development, and it is expected that within a year or we will have this technology also. But the overall, we have to think how the whole solution for the EV would be put at the right time so that it would come into the market. And so future, if you meet the target of the government and our this one, so we will save at least 8 lakhs crores on crude oil imports, and there are a lot of environmental pollution and all the issue will be solved. So as I mentioned earlier, currently we have 14 more than 14 proposals is being underway for the development of different kind of components, motor, controller, converters, chargers, by different institutions in a consortium mode, where the manufacturer, users and all are there. And they are not only participating, more than 30% of the total budget is being contributed by the industry peoples. So, and now, I mean, within a month's time, we are going to publish new call for proposal. Yeah. So in different area, in different area. So, and we look forward that industry participation in next programs, it will be published on MIT website. So where you can participate along with the, it is not restricted that you have to come with the academic institutions. So if your lab and your R&D centers is DSIR certified, so it can be supported under these programs for development of different component, but it should be targeted up to the commercial level so that it could go into the market within the stipulated time, like 2 years. So thank you all. If any query, so you can write on that one. And if you have any query, then I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Kishan. If there are any audience questions, this is a chance to ask the government. Can we have a mic here, please? Okay, if your voice is loud enough like me.
Yes.
Can we take it one by one if it's okay? First question, we'll come back to the second question.
Please. Yeah. So as you mentioned, so all these things, carbon footprint issue is also being taken care. But currently, like as mentioned, the target to meet for different component indigenously. So we are taking care of that, and this one, like electricity generation, carbon footprint, this is also being taken care. How this can be taken through vehicle to grid, like what the charging, I mean, energy is being charged, that can be going to the back into the grid. So in this way, we are thinking on that. So Ministry of Power is taking actually care of this, what you are saying.
We see a hand going up.
Yes, sir, a small question. Is the ministry looking at retrofitment of electrical kits like we have for CNG? Why is the ministry not looking at retrofitment of kits?
No, actually, currently, what we are thinking for the new development, not the retrofitting options, but we are thinking on that in the next call for proposal.
Yes, sir. Why you are not thinking? Like if I want to get
No,
my car
That
converted.
has been already discussed. That issue has already been discussed, and it is being taken care in the next call for proposal. Retrofitting options.
For the EV.
Yes, for EV in different segments.
Yes, what I mean to say, like you have for CNG, like you have retrofitment kits available. Why can't we have a retrofitment kit available based on a CC for a particular car segment?
Yes. That I mean, here this one discussion had been done over this, and then the next call proposal, this issue is being taken care. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have
I-
time for one last question. Mr.
Yeah,
Arjun Malhotra.
yeah. I just wanted to check, we have a number of schemes that you mentioned that the ministry is doing.
Yes.
Do we have any target set up of what we'll achieve by when in each of these schemes?
Sir, in each of the scheme, there is a limited fund time duration. So based on that, we meet the target. It is not like the vehicle target, how much vehicle will be introduced up to what time, but the fund and time has to be made.
So it's an outlay-based target,
Yes,
not an outcome,
outlay-based target.
not outcome-based.
Yeah. Now, outcome is in the outlay. If you fund the project, so there is a predefined outcomes what we are expecting at end of the day. So it is there. While when you come for the funding, so it is there.
Sir, my question is, excuse me, sir. Here, this side.
Yeah.
I said the last one, but I'm saying last one, this one again. This will be the last.
Sorry, sir. Sir, my question is that India is having short of power, that demand is more and supply is less. As in rural areas also, in today's date, there is power cuts. So when we are growing at this for EV, when we are expecting that much vehicles, so how that power will be met?
No, the power, there are different, schemes and for like introduction of the renewable energy. That's why it is being introduced in the
But,
country to meet the target of the powers.
But renewable energy, like if we talk about solar energy, won't it be costlier than thermal?
Over the time, this is a disruption. So it will, initially it is costlier, but over the time it will be, cheaper, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Thank
further
you.
questions? There is a tea break, okay, where you can continue chatting with Mr. Krishan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your address. Maybe please be on the stage. We'd like to present you a small memento. May I call Mr. Anshu Srivastava from who has come all the way from Pune to attend this. My good friend, my batchmate, a prolific investor, startup who has done many ventures. Anshu. Gentlemen, a tea break. A tea is best had when you have the cup of tea in your hand and you're going around the booths, exploring what companies, startups, and others have to offer. And of course, catch up on the conversations as well. We will stick to the time because we are running a little late. 11:55, we will restart the sessions. Thank you. Are you here with me? You don't mind the intruder from How many years of meeting? Sorry, guys. We had a golden jubilee. How are we doing? That's all the best.
Only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with. Learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with. Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with. Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with.
You can't stop it, moving so fast like a rocket. Got time for the future, don't look back at the mirror. You gotta hold on me. You gotta hold on me. You gotta hold on me. Make it true. Make it true.
महीने सिर्फ यही नहीं, IMPS, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे हैं लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सर्च। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
Much like the charkha foal, Swatantra used her beloved sewing machine to win her own freedom. From stitching frocks for a fee of 50 rupees to running her own clothing business, Swatantra has come a long way, like the country she shares her birthday with.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now that you're from the other side of 12, hope you had a good cup of tea, exchanged a few business cards. Great. So, you know, we have many sponsors who came together to support this event, and we are very thankful to them. There is a company called Scrum Master, which is incidentally one of our ITBHU alums. I think 1995 batch, doing stellar work. Tridibesh Satpathy, a serial entrepreneur, and he didn't bat an eyelid when it came to supporting this event. No waiting time, nothing on the express track. We got the approval. We are genuinely thankful to him and all these sponsors like him who have made this event possible. And we are particularly keen that being organized by the alumni associations, we didn't want to keep attendance fees or attendance charge. They allowed us to do that. So we would like to thank all our sponsors once again, starting from Scrum Master to Tata Motors, Rustomji Developers. It is, wow, these names should be on my fingertips, but all the others. Everybody, please, a big round of applause to all our sponsors. Great, so now is the time for the first panel discussion of the day. And this panel discussion, the subject is the future of electric vehicles, innovation and technologies. So while the future of electric vehicles is something that we are going to talk about the whole day and possibly even after, it is the innovations and technology which is the focus of this particular segment. This segment, we have the top responsible people from Maruti, from Mahindra and Mahindra, from TVS Group, from a three-wheeler manufacturer and an academic. So without further ado, let me invite them on stage. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, VP Technology Innovation and Knowledge Management Dean, Mahindra Technical Academy, Mahindra and Mahindra. Dr. Venugopal. Dr. Shankar leads technology innovation for M&M's automotive and farm services business. He heads the intellectual property and knowledge management functions. Welcome. Further, let me invite Mr. Tarun Agarwal, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. The largest automaker in the country by a mile, a lot of suspense in the public about what Maruti is doing about EV, what is not doing. I think we'll probably learn some secrets today. Mr. Tarun Agarwal has expertise across a wide range of functions, including electrical, XEV, connected systems, electronic systems. Mr. Vikas Gupta, founder eAshwa Automotive and Sampurna EV, very interesting venture where he is a manufacturer of three-wheeler EVs. He is having established eAshwa. He has recently launched another Sampurna EV, which is another probably product. We'll know more about it as he speaks, which was supposed to provide a complete ecosystem platform to small local EV. We have the panel moderator, panel chair, Mr. Narasimhan Ishwar. Narasimhan Ishwar, or actually he himself calls him Nachi, so everybody calls him Nachi. So Nachi is CEO of Key Mobility, which is a TVS Group company, very promising company in the aftermarket space. Nachi is a proud alumnus of ITBHU, and he's further one of the best ones because he belongs to my batch, 1990. He recently started with Key Mobility. Before that, for 14 years, he was with Reckitt Benckiser as the CEO of Southeast Asia and certain lines of businesses of there, and alumnus of IIT BHU and IIM Ahmedabad. Over to you. Before, of course, we have Professor Akshay Kumar Rathod. Is he there on the video link? Can somebody confirm to me? He's there. So is he there? All right. Professor Akshay Kumar Rathod from Singapore Institute of Technology. His core area of research is power electronics, modulation, transportation, electrification, and electric drives. He's also an alumnus of IIT BHU. Let me hand it over to you, Nachi. Over to you, the panel. In terms of the time, so that you know, we are at 12:10 and we are there. You are there till 12:50. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello, Chair. Yeah, thanks a lot, Vaibhav. So we've got about 40 minutes. Just wanted to say on behalf of IIT BHU, alumni, the Pan IIT alumni, and all the sponsors, I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists who've just been introduced, and a very warm welcome to all of you, distinguished dignitaries, attendees, and audience. The topic for this panel is the future of electric vehicles, innovations, and technologies. Now, there's a massive demand for EVs, driven by policy reforms, driven by consumer preference, technological advancements. And this brought about a massive shift in automotive engineering, manufacturing, strategy, and operations, right? That's why I'm very, very glad to have this very eminent panel of R&D heads, operations bosses, international thought leaders, and entrepreneurs to share their thoughts on these crucial areas. So let's jump right in. Let me start by asking all the attendees one by one. So I'm going to start with Dr. Shankar. On your opening thoughts on what do you see as the biggest opportunities and challenges facing the Indian EV market?
Sure, both automotive and farm. You might have heard that Mahindra has announced a launch of 5 new electric vehicles for the next 3 years time frame. So that's what keeps us super busy right now, learning a lot of new technologies and parallelly building products right here. So the opportunity is truly global, because if you do this right, we can take these EVs to anywhere else in the globe. So that's what the excitement is all about. But to start with, looking at the Indian market, we have to get the range anxiety addressed sufficiently, and also the charging. These are the two big things that any Indian consumer would worry about before making the shift to electric. What it translates to is to having really good batteries, which meets global safety standards. And ideally, if we can make them here in India, that would be the best thing to happen. So localization of key EV components like batteries and motors, the controllers and the electronics is going to be super important for us, because for once we have a chance to become a global hub for electric mobility. So this is very important for us to get this right. Second is building the charging infrastructure. So OEMs, automotive OEMs need to partner with the right people to very quickly build the charging infrastructure so that the customers' anxiety about the range, getting stranded somewhere, is sufficiently addressed. These are two very big things. The third thing is something that all automotive OEMs now think about is where exactly is the product differentiation going to be? Because almost all of us will have access to the same battery packs or the motors or the electronics. So how our products are going to be different? That's going to be a very key area for us to all start thinking about. I think the better we know our customers and give them more flexibility by making it highly modular, making it flexible for them to design their own EV solutions, I think that will be one key area for us to differentiate. Sure.
Very helpful. Thank you very much, Dr. Shankar. Let me come to the entrepreneur, Mr. Gupta. So what is your view on the challenges and opportunities for the EV space in India?
So I think my co-panelists have covered most of the points, but there are few aspects which I would like to cover apart from what Mr. Shankar has covered. So there is another anxiety, which is the price anxiety, which is there because the user of this electric vehicle is not using it because it is extremely advanced technology. It has unique design. None of these features are prevailing actually. They are using it because it is the need of the time. they want a cost optimized product, and electric vehicle is fulfilling that need. So that is one anxiety there. Now there are two segments, particularly in the electric two-wheeler and the three-wheeler segment. One segment is called low speed and the other is called the high speed segment. So the another challenge, the another upcoming thing is that the industry so far, particularly the two-wheeler and the three-wheeler industry, was ruled with the low speed vehicle. Now today, the over last 3-4 months, we have seen that the industry is moving from low speed vehicle to high speed vehicle. Now the low speed vehicle, there are certain advantages and disadvantages. One out of them is that there is no registration, there is no insurance, there is no license which is required, and hence one can have a scenario of multi-brand outlets wherein the end user get the choice of having multiple vehicles. Now this kind of advantage is the high speed vehicle, and under the Motor Vehicle Act, only one brand of vehicle can be kept in one enclosed premises. And hence the kind of choice which was available to the user when they were going for the low speed vehicle, that kind of choice is not available in the high speed segment. And that's the sole purpose of our creating the new venture, which is called Sampoorn EV. I will talk about it in detail later on. But we are trying to address this anxiety in the Sampoorn EV.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, let me go on to the largest vehicle manufacturer in the country, Mr. Tarun Agrawal, Executive VP with Maruti Suzuki. So please tell me, from your point of view, what are the biggest opportunities and challenges facing the Indian EV market from your side?
So I think, as panelists have mentioned, I think range anxiety is one thing which is worry of all the people who want to buy an EV. At the same time, I think in India, value is very important. I mean, customers do want value in anything they buy. And we saw that in CNG, actually. I mean, CNG is a very good example where infrastructure was not as good as gasoline or diesel or something. But still people actually caught on to CNG vehicles because of mandate and also because of the value they got because of the economies. Now, similarly, in context of EV, I think one approach is that you keep on increasing the battery size, okay, and invest a lot in infrastructure. To some extent that is required, but that alone may not be the solution. I think you have to look out for some other things also to actually allay the fears in the mind of the customer. I think one thing which comes to mind is ensuring that there is right information available to the driver when he wants to charge. And that information helps him to plan his journey well and actually use the asset well. So if you look at the data, around 50% of the car drivers in the country, they drive less than 1,000 kilometers in a month. Now, his average driving would be 25 days if he uses, would be 40 kilometers in a day. So what kind of value are we giving him if we ask him to buy a vehicle with 500 kilometers of range, which he charges only twice a month? So it will be a very expensive asset just sitting there. So I think we have to find the right balance between providing information, infrastructure, and a value by having the right kind of vehicle. But of course, India is a continent-sized country. There are people with different needs, and obviously it can accommodate multiple concepts of electric vehicles.
That's very helpful. Already we can see the first, say, signs of the tension that exists between value and, the need to have that electric vehicle. So I think that's a great point you made, because at the end of the day, like one of those famous ads said, India is totally a value conscious country. So even in the most premium vehicles, you still need that value to come through. So I'm sure this is a point that we'll come back to later. I don't know if we have Professor Rathod. Professor Rathod. So great to see you there.
Yes.
Professor Rathod, your opening thoughts, please, on the challenges and opportunities faced in the Indian EV space.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And I am Akshay from Singapore.
Sorry, you're on mute, I think.
No. Can you hear me now?
No, we can't hear you yet. How many times must this have happened in our lives in the last 3 years? So, Professor Rathod, we can't still hear you. You're off mute, yeah?
I'm not.
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I am Akshay. I am at Singapore, BHU alumni. So just to give opening thoughts that India shares a large market of vehicles. We have more than 300 million vehicles in India. And majority of the generation in India, 74% generation of electricity comes from the coal. So that is one reason that if we see in terms of climate, India is the one that has to control the emission. And that is the reason that India always commits year by year that by this much amount we will be cutting our generations. But frankly speaking, if you see the government of coal India website, the coal generation increased compared to last year by 3.2%. So electric vehicle in terms of clean mobility, when right now we have probably 2-3 crores, which is 20-30 millions of electric vehicles. But when we reach up to 300 millions electric vehicles, so that opens basically for scope for India to contribute to the climate, first thing, to the environment, as well as for now, majority of our power electronics industries, majority of the products related to EVs, they are mostly basically assembled. Mostly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Majority of the power electronics industries in India, basically that charger industries that open scope for chargers, those are mostly basically assembled product, like majority of the components and then assembled rather than make in India. So that opens scope basically for once EVs are on road, that opens scope basically for power electronics industries for traction purpose as well as for chargers purpose. In India, the EV traction is completely different than others. I believe that Mahindra uses low voltage batteries for traction purpose, but in the Western market, it is high voltage traction batteries for propulsion purpose. So that fully in Indian scenario, that propulsions and power electronics inverter is completely unique and exclusively for India. So that opens scope for power electronics industries.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And that's the kind of the first opening round. I've got one small request. I do request people not to have conversations in the auditorium. Your voice does carry. Your voices are much more powerful than you think, and they do carry, and it's a little bit disturbing. So if you don't mind, please, avoid those side conversations if you can. Yeah, thank you so much. So let me just start now with Mr. Vikas Gupta, an entrepreneur in the EV space. So you're the founder of eAshwa brand of low-speed two-wheeler and three-wheeler vehicles. You are also the founder of a new platform, Sampurna EV, which enables new players in EV to scale their knowledge for operations and business. We know that an important part of making EVs mainstream is the large-scale acceptability in all strata of economic spectrum. So based on the experience, how are you delighting the entry-level consumer who is critical for the growth of EV in the next 10 years? How are you delighting the entry-level consumer with innovations with respect to two areas, price anxiety, which you mentioned, and choice anxiety?
Thank you. So as I mentioned, two important areas are price and anxiety and the choice and anxiety. So in eAshwa, how we addressed it, I will then come to the Sampurna EV. So in eAshwa, we firstly studied the entire environment of the industry, of the electric vehicle industry. And we realized that if we have to add value for the end customer, there is very little scope available because most of the components, as Professor Rathore mentioned, is imported from outside the country. So there is very little scope which is available. So there are 3 to 4 areas which we concentrated upon. The first area which we concentrated upon is that we built assembly line at every 200 kilometers. Currently, eAshwa is having 26 operational assembly lines all over the country. And we are working on about 28 more assembly lines. So with that, we will have about 54 assembly lines all over the country. With that, we have basically optimized the cost on the last mile logistics to bring the last mile cost to the minimum level. That is one area wherein we worked upon. The other area wherein we worked upon is basically to create the import hub, because the import cycle is about 60-day cycle, and for somebody who is entering into the industry, the wait period of 60 days from the first day when they have given advance for the China manufacturer for the for the important component. And till the time they are able to monetize that inventory, the 60-day wait time is too long a wait time. So we introduced a new concept called import hub, wherein somebody is responsible for continuously importing the goods. And then they basically do a high C sale to somebody who is basically manufacturing it in the country. So that's the second area wherein we worked upon. The third area wherein we worked upon is we were the first one who introduced the multi-brand outlets in the country. And that's why we introduced the choice. We basically killed the choice and anxiety among the customer. The other area is that apart from having the multi-brand, we got approval for 18 of our own vehicles approved from the. So eAshwa currently is able to offer 22 types of electric two-wheeler and 10 types of electric three-wheeler. That's the way we are able to basically address these basic issues.
That's very, very interesting, very inspiring also, this kind of decentralized manufacturing operation, which you can do in an EV, if you think about it. It's not very easy to do it in an ICE vehicle. Any, just as a redirect, and any points on that? Is that something that Maruti would consider doing, for example? This kind of a decentralized operation, or Mahindra would consider doing? Is there any kind of learning, or does it not apply for larger firms to do this kind of thing?
We are building a new plant where we intend to make the full capacity nearly 1 million vehicles. So I think I'm humbly saying that for us, the scale matters, right? Okay, so I think there's a different context, but obviously I think it's a good thought. So the simplicity of assembly in a particular vehicle may be very different when you want to build a regular passenger car. So I think for a different thing, there is a different idea.
Yeah, and it may be different for cars versus two-wheelers and three-wheelers as well, which I think is the big difference.
I will comment on the second, the choice anxiety.
Yes.
How we can all have a lot of choices when it comes to electric vehicles. If you look at Mahindra's approach to this, it's all about simplifying the architecture. So we call it the INGLO, which is India and Global. It's basically a skateboard architecture. You have the battery pack on the floor and the motors, the hub motors. So the functional part of the vehicle is there, right there on the floor, which can be mass manufactured at really good cost. Then you have the top hat, which is what we all get to see, which is what we really like when you go for a new car. There you have a lot of design flexibility and options. And that makes it also flexible and also low cost and mass manufacturing at scale, at speed. So it brings all the advantages together. And manufacturing of EVs is going to be very different because it's modular and more of integration. So there are companies like Arrival, which uses factory size, maybe half the auditorium size, to make electric minivans. All this is possible today. And it's more of robotic and stuff like that, which makes it very easy. Sure.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I think this space is going to be super exciting, super interesting to carry on. Now, let me just go to Dr. Shankar Venugopal now. You talked about your new product innovation strategy for the EV market. I think Mahindra's 5 vehicles were all over the magazines and newspapers. Sure. How do you kind of, balance between offering the large range to consumers versus your efficiency in operations and expenditure? Because the larger your range, then theoretically, the higher your cost. So how do you get to that sweet spot? What are the factors you look at?
So one is the simplification of the architecture, which I just described. Second is the localization of the components, which is going to be very critical to keep the costs low. And if you really look at the EV, there is only so much that you can put in the vehicle. Its performance is going to depend a lot on the ecosystem around it. So one is the electric vehicle will also be a smart and connected vehicle. The way, like Mr. Tarun described, how we can give information to the driver to make it easy for him. One of the things is the connectivity. So the whole path can be, the whole trip can be planned well ahead. Suppose if your vehicle's range is only 300 kilometers and you have to do a trip which is say 500 kilometers, very easily you can plan right at the beginning based on the availability of the charging stations. Their whole trip can be planned so that without any range anxiety, you can reach your destination. That is one way to look at it. The second is also integrating renewable sources with the charging stations. So we need to work with the charging station providers and also the clean electricity providers to make sure that all the charging stations are fed with clean electricity. That makes it really a clean option. The third and most important is taking a circular economic approach towards this, which will start with battery remanufacturing, getting all the lithium-ion batteries back and remanufacturing. Companies like Redwood Materials claim almost 90% of the critical materials can be retrieved and reused. So that gives us the confidence, and it's also a business opportunity for somebody in India to do this for global markets. We can do that. Sure.
No, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. Any thoughts on that, either Professor or Mr. Agrawal? Any further points, so we can go on to the next question that I have for you? Good. So we go on to the next one. I'm going to come now to Mr. Tarun Agrawal. If I look at the other technologies that go with electrification of vehicles, and electrification of vehicles gives you the opportunity to induct a few more technologies that will make a huge difference to consumers' lives, right? For example, the concept of the connected vehicle, right? How does that work with the current ecosystem and build on it to make this ecosystem more stable and more prosperous and more useful for the consumer?
I think something has already been said. But if you look at last 10 years, I think connectivity single-handedly has brought more changes to our life than anything else. So whether it is in mobility space or whether it is in financial payment space, anything you look, connectivity has brought a big change. I think same thing will be true for electric vehicles as well. So dwelling further on the examples mentioned, I mean, each person drives differently. Each route you take could be different. The weather could be different. You could have something sitting on the cloud which can intelligently, dynamically calculate whether you will reach home or not. And if there is a possibility of you're not reaching home, ensure that you're guided to the right place to charge and then reach home. So all those things connectivity can make possible. Other thing on the other side, interestingly, is that I mean, EVs would generate a waiting time in the car. There would be situations where you would be spending 20, 30, 40 minutes waiting in the car. So how can you bring connectivity to ensure that you are gainfully engaged, either through entertainment or anything else within the vehicle itself? So that's why I feel connectivity and electrification will go hand in hand and give an experience to the customer, which will make it possible for him to buy an EV. And also, as I said, battery is the single most expensive cost. So if you can save something there for smaller vehicles, especially, then give that value and assurance to the customer that he will reach his destination.
Got it. And if I can just kind of segue into the battery point, the whole Make in India piece, because, you know, we talked a lot about how much we'll save on fossil fuel. I think it's a very good point. But then if you're buying batteries, you know, from outside, then you're moving from one import to another import, isn't it? So the question really for us is, along with this massive change that we face of moving to electric vehicles, which is great for the planet, great for India, especially given the pollution that we have, we also need to find a way of localizing, you know, at some stage. Any thoughts from any of the panelists on that, the whole localizing of the battery? What are the key challenges on that one? And how do we kind of, what do we need to address in the next few years to take that forward and make India as far as possible self-sufficient? Which are the areas where we can and which are the areas where maybe we can't?
Sure. Battery, it's a kind of makes us think the standardization versus innovation. How much should we standardize versus how much should we innovate? And if you look at Mahindra's latest vehicle, we are using lithium iron phosphate, LFP, as the battery. So at least a few of the critical materials like cobalt, nickel, manganese, we have taken it out of the system. Lithium, you have to live with lithium. You can't do anything right now, but that is the only thing left. So simplification of the chemistry, recycling, these are ways in which we can do. But fundamentally more important is, suppose I can afford, I can pay more and go for a bigger battery. Is that the right thing to do? Not really. I should have a fair estimate of what is a typical driving range and should go for a battery which exactly provides that. And I'm carrying a heavier battery and a more expensive battery around just for some psychological range anxiety that I have. So here again, data analytics can give me precise information. What is the battery I should go for based on my driving patterns? All this would really help. Sure.
Any thoughts from your side?
Only thing is, Suzuki as a group, we have set up a battery manufacturing plant in Gujarat, which is making the batteries for our hybrid, whatever we give. So I think we have already invested, made a big investment in there. And also we have announced that we will be building batteries by 26, 27 in Gujarat.
That's fantastic.
So I think also I think government has really encouraged investments in batteries, and multiple companies have made those investments. I'm sure that's going to happen.
That's great. Professor, any thoughts from your side on this?
Yeah, my thought regarding batteries basically that we are using so far lithium-ion batteries, and one thing I hope the audience is aware that battery is the most critical component in electric vehicles, and because of that, manufacturing of electric vehicle is not clean. The manufacturing of electric vehicle basically generates, due to battery, 72% more carbon compared to the gasoline vehicles. And because of that, major some of the countries basically they prefer buying, importing rather than manufacturing batteries at their own. And and once and once the electric vehicle is basically owned by a user, then we cannot say from the day one that we are driving the clean electric vehicle basically. So it takes time that after thousands of kilometers or after several months or years, the user will be able to say that I'm driving I'm driving electric clean vehicle basically. So that fully depends upon the battery manufacturing. As I said, it is the most critical. So research is there in different countries, including Taiwan, that how they are going to find out the new material whose manufacturing is easier and whose manufacturing is not that critical. That basically causes manufacturing of EVs unclean. And in addition to lithium ion, the research on sodium ion batteries, lithium sulfur batteries, those are going on. And hopefully right now we are at lithium ion from lead acid, we are moving. Hopefully in coming future, we will be moving to these different materials.
So Professor, sorry, go ahead, please.
So I would like to add 2 points here. One is we will have to see what are the various components of cost element in the electric vehicle. So battery, as my co-panelists have been discussed, comprises of about 30% of the total cost. Balance 70% cost can easily be localized, because the challenge there is not about the technology, challenge there is not about the skills available, challenge there is the volume. The volume is so low that people are a little suspicious about investing in that. So that could very well be done. Now coming back to the battery. So in the battery, which is 30% of the total 100 rupees cost of the electric vehicle, 70% out of that is the raw material, wherein there is very little which we could do. Now, 10% is the BMS. We are the IT hub. We could very well work on the BMS. Now, the 20% is the value add, which is happening today in the country itself. So we could do 30% is which is within our control, and balance 70% is not within our control, because that's the raw material. If it is available, it is available. If it is not available, we will have to import it anyway.
Oh, that's a great perspective. And one of the thoughts is, if we want to kind of get strategic advantage, it's more of a naive thought from my side. But if in that 30%, India can become by far the leader, it also gives you a lot of leverage on the other 70%. I think that's how China has probably thought through in the last 20 years on everything. And maybe it's time for us to kind of have a think about how do we get a strategic advantage in this whole game as the world moves this way. I think it's very clear that if Indian manufacturing, Indian operations, you can sell a lot of scooters and two-wheelers and four-wheelers here and CV. But I think you need to have a strategic win somewhere, right? So that's a very, very interesting discussion. Thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I'm coming to my last question. But this question is actually to Professor Rathod. Do we still have Professor Rathod, or have we lost him?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we still have Professor Rathod. So Professor Rathod, you have worked all over the world on your research into several areas, including the EV and electrification process. Given the Indian generation system that we have, what could be the challenges in deploying charging infrastructure? And the reason I ask this question is because charging infrastructure is obviously one of the key drivers of range anxiety. And whether or not, to be honest, I'm totally with the panelists when they say that people should worry about 100 kilometers, 100 and 250, but वो मन नहीं सुनता, you feel like नहीं 400 होना चाहिए, take a chance. So there is a huge education job to be done. But technically speaking, what are the challenges in deploying charging infrastructure that you can see coming in India based on what you've seen in other parts of the world?
Yeah, so like the way you said that 400 kilometer होना चाहिए. So if you remember in March, our Minister Nitin Gadkari has launched Toyota Mirai, which is on hydrogen base, basically hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, which can go 600 kilometers. But anyway, we are too far from hydrogen infrastructure development, supply chain development, and producing hydrogen and safety issues and all, because hydrogen is explosive. We are too far yet. Yeah, but in terms of EVs charging infrastructure compared to other part of the countries, so let us, if I compare, if you mentioned based on global, that US has coal-based generation 23%, Norway has coal-based generation less than 7%, and we are very close to 74%, and that is increasing rather than decreasing. So once we have, so right now, in my opinion, if you are charging your electrical vehicle majority based on coal-based generation, then what we are doing is that we are basically shifting carbon emission from vehicle side to generation side again, because we are charging our EVs from coal-based generated electricity. So one major challenge. So right now, yeah, I forgot to mention one point, that once you have EVs in your hand and you start driving in Norway, after driving of basically 7,000 kilometers or within 6 months, the user can say that I'm driving clean mobility vehicle now after 6 months. In India, according to survey, because of our coal-based generation and EV manufacturing requires 73% more carbon emission. After 127,000 kilometers, we can say that I'm driving clean vehicle. 127,000 kilometers. And in between, due to fast charging stations, like in India, we will not encourage the users to do everyday fast charging, because if you need to replace your battery of the vehicle within 27,000 kilometers, then probably the cycle will start again. So one major challenge will be in India to include the sustainable component like solar and wind basically in their charging infrastructure, so that the charging of EVs does not come basically on carbon emission based charging, but it comes from solar or wind based sustainable charging. That reduce our cycle of clean mobility, number of kilometers, as well as that that permits basically user to reach to the equilibrium of clean mobility earlier.
Oh, that's startling fact. And I think either we need to fix this issue, like you're saying, Professor, yeah, Indians ko bahut gaadi chalani padegi. 137,000 kilometers, did you say?
127,000 kilometers,
in my entire
yes.
life, I must have driven that much. No, but that's very, very helpful. Thank you for that perspective. Obviously, that's a challenge that is probably not within the gambit of this panel discussion to solve, but it's clearly a significant problem to be solved, hopefully by minds, far greater than mine. But I just wanted to again thank all the panelists for a very, very interesting session. I learned a lot, certainly, and I hope you did too. And thank you for being such a spectacular audience. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, hello. My name is N.K. Jalan. A lot of emphasis is being given on the pollution. So my question is, are there any studies that how much pollution is created by this gas-based or petroleum-based vehicles compared to the total pollution?
There is data, the IIT Kanpur study has contribution, if I remember, was 3-4%.
Only 3-4%, right?
Maybe I may be wrong.
No, it must be correct, because Delhi has a AQI of 400, and Chennai has less than 100, Bangalore has less than 100. and number of vehicles may be the same per 1,000 people. So I can believe. So are we talking about reducing pollution only by 3-4% by changing to electric vehicles? I mean, that's another thought.
No, absolutely. I think maybe Professor, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, if you heard the question, based on your scientific experience, etc. The question really was, what is the percentage of pollution that comes from polluting cars or polluting vehicles? And the answer
Yeah.
was maybe about 3-4-5%, which seems about right. Pollution obviously is driven by hundreds of things, not just by cars that we drive. Any perspective on that? And is that therefore the most critical and pressing issue to focus on or not?
Yeah, like city-wise, I don't know. I mean,
One
the
question that I
pollution
have is,
percentage.
while we are talking about these lithium batteries, etc., as we go along, when we start disposing them, are we going to have any other environmental issues?
Please.
So the scrap policy of the lithium batteries is not yet, if it is published, it is not yet implemented, I would say.
Yeah.
And there is no clarity, more so because over last 2 years, the lithium batteries are more prevailing as compared to the lead acid battery. Yeah. And the warranty that it comes with is about 3 years. Okay. So I'm not sure whether some of the batteries have come up for the replacement yet or not, and for the scrap policy to be implemented on them. But currently there is no clarity.
Yeah, I understand the policy part, but I guess, the researchers should be able to appreciate when we dispose it, whether it will have an impact on environment or not, because for that, the government policy is something different. But the researchers will be able to forecast whether we are getting into something which is even bigger. It's my submission in this forum.
So probably yes.
So the modular design of the lithium-ion battery allows you to actually retrieve most of the critical materials. We can't afford to scrap it because lithium is scarce. So there is a lot of motivation to bring it back and do it. And also, but these batteries have a second life. They can go for a home inverter application. After say 5 years in your car, another 5 years in a home inverter. So they'll come for recycling only after 10 years.
This is Rajneesh. I'm a reporter with IPAC News Network. My question is, especially since all the large manufacturers are here, that 30% advantage, that strategic advantage we talked about, and the OT production environment, assuming EV becomes mainstream, and the OT production environment, the challenge in synchronizing with that IT environment, from a security aspect, that is a big one, but other challenges. So how the large scale auto manufacturers, once this becomes more mainstream, what will be the OT environment challenges? Because otherwise a 30% strategic advantage will be difficult to gain. So what are your opinion on that?
I think maybe if you can just clarify your question, because
My question was, see, once the EV production becomes mainstream and the OT environment of all the, there is a need to be better synchronization with the IT environment. And that challenges between the IT and OT environment. How will you be managing, especially one is security and other challenges there? How are you looking at managing that OT environment of production in auto?
Yeah, what is OT?
The operational technology part. OT is the operational technology part.
I'm not able to get the context, but in any case, connectivity should not be a challenge. I mean, today you have already 1 billion devices connected in the country. So adding, today we add 3.54 million vehicles, or I'm talking about passenger cars.
Hello.
That should not be a challenge. Only one thing is that cybersecurity will keep on becoming more relevant. Okay, especially in case the basic functions of stopping or maneuvering the vehicle are to some extent autonomously managed. In those situations, at least cybersecurity will become very relevant for vehicles as well. Okay, I think that's the thing which we have to watch for. But that's an area also globally, a lot of work is happening, and I'm sure there would be recipes available for us also to follow. That should not be such a big challenge.
This is AM Gore here. This side.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Left side.
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
one question,
so
please. Yeah.
the last question.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just want to ask how many of you are EV owners? Please raise your hands. Very few, very few. Okay, so that is really surprising. But yes, there is a great interest. That is very encouraging. I am owning an EV for last 16 months. Last 16 months. And I say, when there is a solution, why to create pollution? Or sir ne bola abhi 3 to 4% vehicular interest. No, sir, it is wrong. It is 20 to 30% pollution contribution by the vehicles. 20 to 30%, which is quite a lot. And we can reduce it drastically if we all start using electric vehicles. So kindly switch to electric vehicles immediately. Let your next car be the EV whenever you change it. That is one. Thank you, sir. And they say 5% people make things happen. 15% people watch things happening. 80% don't know what the hell is happening. Being in the top 5%, you are all majority of your engineering background and all that. So let's take the lead. Let it not be the laggards. And I am using for last 16 Tata Nexon EV. In Punjabi, they say it is balle balle. Excellent vehicle, I'm telling you. Excellent. No, sir, I'm not from Tata, sir. No, I'm not. But it's excellent vehicle, let me tell you. You will really enjoy, and there are, of course, other competitors also. Mahindra is also very good, there is no doubt. And I'm sure Maruti will come.
There is nothing better than a customer testimonial
Yes,
for a
sir.
product. So to that extent, what you said is hugely beneficial for the audience. So wonderful. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
sir.
your...
Thank you.
I am Gore. Just last one comment I want to make. Yeah, I am Gore here. Want to make a last comment. That as Dr. Rathod was saying, that after 1,37,000 kilometers, an Indian can say that I am making a green vehicle, driving the green vehicle. So since ours is a coal-based economy, it appears that we want to shift to EV. The driving force is basically not the pollution, but the import bill of oil and gas, because we are spending heavy foreign exchange in the import of oil and gas. That's my comment.
Hello. There are... Well, given that you have come all the way from Australia for this conference, we can't say no to you. Somebody give me hold it. Mic, yeah.
So my question is, what India or Indian manufacturers, what is the future in 5 years, in 10 years time to mine lithium or battery minerals? That's what we call cobalt, nickel, lead, zinc, whatever. What do you think, where you are going to get your raw material in 5 years time, in 10 years time? Because someone just now said about the import bill. Right now, a lot of people are talking to me for lithium, and there's no lithium available in the market. And I know your products over there, Mr. Dr. Venugopal, about Mahindra products in farming over there. I know them. There is no lithium available globally for sale. Everything is booked for next 10 years. So what are your thoughts? What the government is doing? How you are getting up to that speed? And as someone said about hydrogen cell, yes, they are still far off, although we have started using it over there. So my question is there any future of lithium mining in India? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not the right person to, I don't have an expertise in either lithium or mining.
Try to answer that. So the key strategy here is to have long-term trade agreements with either of these 4 countries, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, or Australia. I think Australia, there has been good progress in terms of India-Australia dialogues to secure lithium. That's going to be important. The second is whatever we have, we should use it wisely. We should put the right battery for the right vehicle and also make sure we invest on remanufacturing of batteries. With that, to some extent, we'll be able to make it Atmanirbhar. It's very critical going forward. Sure.
Thank you. Hello, thank you, speakers. And while the discussions are so interesting, but we have to bring a conclusion to that. And it feels like an airline at this time. Every speaker since morning has stuck to the timelines given to them. But it is just the morning delay in starting, which is having a cascading effect. So it's like catching an evening flight, but welcome aboard. That is where we are. Thank you very much, all the speakers. That is so nice of you to give your time. Maybe request your presence for a minute to give you a small memento. And may I invite Mr. Vikas Anvekar, VP Key Accounts, India and APAC Link Code, and Mr. Vivek Singh, Head of Two-Wheeler Business of IDFC First Bank, to be with me while we are honoring these speakers. One group photo, sure. Come. Please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I just want to check that the energy level is the same. And I love the way the gentleman said, when there is a solution, why pollution? And that's the conclusion. So there is no confusion actually. And my name is Manish Kulkarni. I'm from Pro MFG Media. And I must confess that over the last 4 weeks or 5 weeks, I have spoken to Sanjeev Nikor more than I have spoken to my wife. Late night calls, WhatsApp messages, calls on weekends. So my wife said, "Are you having an affair?" She asked me that. And I told her that even if I have an affair, I will not have it with Sanjeevji. So welcome to this next session. We have an industry presentation. Our partner, Hexagon Manufacturing Intelligence, they are going to talk to us on the first industry presentation, which is accelerating the e-mobility transformation. And the presenter is Dr. Karthik Sundarraj. May I invite Dr. Karthik Sundarraj to please come on the dais. He's a technology advisor at HMI India. HMI India stands for Hexagon Manufacturing Intelligence India, and Technical and Business Development Lead, Electronics, Life Sciences, and CFD verticals for Hexagon India and Indo-Pacific region. He's an experienced professional in simulation technology and engineering competency development across academic as well as commercial business segments. Please help me welcome Dr. Karthik Sundarraj.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I must first of all thank all the organizers. It's a real privilege to be standing here and presenting in front of all of you. After such an interesting discussion, it's a little bit difficult for me to maintain the similar standards, but I'll definitely try to do so. So I'm Dr. Karthik. work with Hexagon. So Hexagon is a company which is into multiple technologies, but future mobility is one of our core areas that we plan to focus on in the coming times. So I think just to set the context, like sir mentioned, many of them mentioned, whatever may be the scenario, I think we all agree that in the next coming years, there will be a complete difference in the way cars are going to be operated as compared to today. So there is also a lot of, post-COVID, pre-COVID scenarios. I think already there's a lot of production that has started. So do we have to stop? There's a lot of. Yeah, thank you. So definitely the future is that we are already catching up the post-COVID issues. A lot of production is required. We know that the manufacturing units has to be ready by now to do their production requirements. And one very important thing is EV has never gone down before COVID or after COVID. The requirement for EV or the need for EV has never gone down. It's only about the other automotive segments that has gone down, but they are also catching up. So what is it that we are looking at? Definitely a lot of manufacturers have already started working in India as well. We know that there is huge amount of interest. We know that a lot of companies like Volkswagen, Mercedes, they are going into complete EV as their plan. But what is the driving force? So there's a lot of driving forces here. One is, I think most of these points were already touched upon by the previous set of people. That is customer expectation. That is what a lot of focus was about. There is also range anxiety, the market jumps, the regulations, the mobility demands. There's a lot of requirement on the pollution, environment, and so on. Now, while that is also happening, a lot of companies are also facing this issue, that is making it right is not so easy. So now everybody is in a race. They all want to manufacture and produce EVs, but there is also issue with making things right the first time or making it right as it is being produced. So we are standing by this company as Hexagon. We know that we are working with a lot of these EV manufacturers, identify their problems and help them address those issues. So I think I don't have to dwell into what are these problems, but typical problems are around battery, thermal management, the powertrain management, and also the electronic infrastructure integration. So these are the key issues. So apart from that, of course, we would like to categorize the manufacturing challenges into 4. Primarily, it is range anxiety. A lot of discussion went on. Second is the quality assurance. That is, while you're manufacturing, what is the quality assurance that you're looking at during the process of manufacturing? Third is the experience of the passenger. It's not about just making the car. It's also about the experience that the person gets. And lastly, the performance and safety. So I know that a lot of manufacturers are giving importance to all of these 4 points, but these are also the 4 points which are challenges that all these manufacturers are facing nowadays. So with that, we as a company, we wanted to build some momentum and provide some support in this. So what we are really kind of offering and providing and working with our customers is how do we really integrate design and shorten the development cycle. Okay, so this is our focus area. That is, how do you make good design and how do you kind of shorten your entire cycle? So we are taking 3 critical areas as our focus. There are many over here, but just to summarize, one is transforming e-mobility. That is, how do you make good batteries? How do you make good powertrain, good motors, and so on? The second is digital transformation. That is, how do you digitize the entire design and the manufacturing platform itself? How do you bring that on a digital forum? So that's the second area. And third is, how do we kind of transform the supply chain? So how do we help the customer on the supply chain aspect? So these are the three top focus areas that we as a company are taking. And we are working with people like Mahindra and Tata and so on identifying these transformations. Now, what is this transformation going to help? Like I said, it's going to reduce your time to manufacture. So there are two transformational changes that you can observe. One is just by digitizing your powertrain design, there is considerable reduction in your physical development time and the cost. The second is when you go to the next level, that is digitizing your factory, building your digital twin, your entire process of design, manufacturing, production, and then post-production. If you digitize that entire aspect, then there is a huge reduction in the cost of physical design. So this is the overall concept that we are working on. And how do we do that is our Hexagon would like to basically do this, where as designed, as manufactured, and as operated should be one and the same. It should not be that you design something, you intended to come up with a product, whereas you manufactured something and then the operation itself is something else, or the use to which it is put itself is something else. So that is what we ideally would want to eliminate. So ultimately what you design, you should be able to validate when the product is coming out of your manufacturing line, and then it should operate the way you thought while it was being designed. So what all we are doing is entirely digitizing this as a digital twin, starting from your design to engineering to prototyping, then manufacturing and maintenance, the entire portfolio getting digitized. So how do we do that? I'm just taking an example of a sample case here, motor or a powertrain. So we are first of all taking CAE-led approaches to kind of decide the material, to decide the structures, to decide the durability and the performance. There was a very interesting question from our customer. While we are designing, can we put the value of carbon that we are going to emit? When I choose a material during this process, can the system tell me how much of carbon am I going to release or use during that process itself? So that at the design phase itself, I know how much of emission that my product is going to create, and I know where I can focus to reduce that emission at the very, very early stage of design. Because while the design is done and prototyping is done, it's too difficult to go back to change your material or your product. So that's a very interesting question we are working on. So that while you choose your material, while you choose your structure, while you perform various activities at a very design phase, you are able to understand what could be the carbon footprint that you are going to create. Now, the same approach, what we do is a holistic design development for your powertrain. Okay. This again is a complete digital approach. We are always here. I'm talking about digitization of the entire process. So the first is, of course, we start at a very vehicle level, understand the highest requirement that a powertrain requires. Then we are going to a validation aspect where we build the combination of motors, the combination of different, system of systems, we say. So the idea is to build system of system. It's not about just designing the motor or the powertrain. It's about when you integrate multiple systems, how the system of system is going to react. So ideally, at a digital world, your entire system of system should work as one individual component. And that is how you are going to understand the complete outcome of this entire portfolio of products which you put into the car. Now, one is the design. The other is, can you digitize the manufacturing also? So can you really optimize the cost of stamping? Can you really optimize the cost of welding? Basically, the shop floor activities, can we digitize that? So that is the second. While we do the design, we also would like to do a manufacturing process optimization. Okay, this again at a digital level. And then go to the complete holistic performance scenario, So why we are focusing on this approach is because, like I said, the digital approach gives us very good leverage in terms of understanding the outcome of a particular design product. And this certainly addresses one important requirement, that is the cost, the amount of money that is going into designing and developing new products. So what I spoke about is digitizing the design, digitizing the manufacturing, then finally digitizing the manufacturing at a subtractive level, right? So here we talk about quality. So while we are designing a product, then we are taking it for a digital manufacturing. Now you have done the manufacturing at a virtual level, you go to a production plant. That is where you need to maintain the quality aspect, where you're doing a subtractive manufacturing or an additive manufacturing, whatever may be the manufacturing approach. Ultimately, you need to ensure there is digital quality also embedded while you perform this particular activity. So what I mean by digital quality is, when you're performing your manufacturing, you are continuously monitoring a certain data. Now, these could be sensor-based data, which is constantly monitoring various parameters, and this helps in your overall modification and optimization of the entire manufacturing itself. So I'm just taking one very basic example of a hairpin. I'm not sure how many of you may be aware of hairpin, but this is a very simple but a very critical component of a powertrain. Okay, so what do we do is, this hairpin requires a lot of automated measurement. Okay, it's a very simple component, but it requires continuous optimization while the design and the manufacturing is going on. So when you perform the primary design, it is only useful for the first bending action. But after that, the next steps in that manufacturing process is purely dependent on how the optimization of that product goes through that entire scenario. So what we do is first perform a complete digital GD&T. Okay, so for this, we are using certain measuring methods, certain sensory methods to perform a digital. So what we do is we create a digital design of this entire component, and then we do a on the floor shop inspection, so that you are able to kind of match what you are being doing. And this is so easy that it works on any manufacturing floor, and the operator of a machine can instantaneously change the action based on whatever quality and design optimization that is required. So this is instantaneous. This is happening in pretty much every action that a machine at the automation level is doing. So with that, I also, since there is MeitY, there is Niti Aayog, there are many people interested, I wanted to also say that we as a company have started working on supply build, demand and supply build. So we have a lot of customers who do not have access to skilled manpower, and EV being one of those areas which is growing. What was a request that we got from a lot of our users is to enable people so that they are employable and they are skilled enough to be employed into the company. So we, Hexagon, also have an academic initiative. One of our first initiative, you can go and check in CMTI in Bangalore, where we are setting up a demo center for what we mean by smart manufacturing. Okay, while the OEMs are all adopting new technologies, the MSMEs, the smaller SMEs also need to understand and adopt to these technologies. So that being the intention, the initiative is primarily to focus on providing these setups to academic institutions, to researchers who can use these technologies, understand it, further disseminate to the students or whoever is the employable crowd of the country. So typically, the technology should benefit not just engineers, it should also benefit the polytechnic graduates, it should also benefit the ITI, because when a factory is set up, I think it's not only the engineers, but mostly the people who will get employed are the polytechnic and the ITI graduates at a manufacturing software. So this is the intention, and we have already started working on two core areas, that is future mobility and the smart manufacturing technologies. We basically have started working with some of the governments, with institutions in providing this technology through some of our grant-based schemes. And that is also a message to some of you here. If there is an interest to collaborate with Hexagon to provide that sort of an infrastructure to your students, then we are very happy and open to do so. So with that, I thank once again to the organizers and the time given. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karthik Sundaraj. To felicitate him, may I request Mr. B.D. Sharma from JBM Group. He is the EVP and CTO, Renewable Energy at JBM Group, to felicitate Dr. Karthik. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, and thanks again, Karthik. It was a very interesting presentation. Thank you. We have with us, we are very privileged to have Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, who is advisor at NITI Aayog on infrastructure, connectivity, and e-mobility. He was scheduled to speak in the panel, but since there is a challenge of time and he has another engagement, he has kindly agreed to give a special address. So may I invite Mr. Sinha. He has an experience of over 29 years or 3 decades in operations, infrastructure planning, coordination and management, and policy making at different levels with the government of India. Mr. Sinha, over to you.
Thank you. At the onset, let me congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industries and all those partners. IIT Delhi is there, and ACMA, all the distinguished ones, for organizing this wonderful conversation on EV. Now, of course, Dr. Karthik made a wonderful presentation on a very softer aspect of electric mobility, that is the training aspect, that is the skill building aspect. I'm looking after at NITI Aayog, there is a national mission on transformative mobility and battery storage. I happen to be the mission director. In addition to that, electric mobility, we are taking care of. When the last panel was going, it was absolutely intense. The speakers were eloquent, the questions were all the more engaging. And what I was having from there was like a batsman on the pavilion syndrome, who always feels that this particular ball, if it would have come to me, I would have straight drove it out of boundary. But when he is actually on the field, then he realizes that those balls were not so easy ones. But anyway, let me start. Let me take you from that particular conversation. So there was a question on, do we have exact calculation with respect to what GHG emission, how much pollution do these vehicles come out with? Yes, we do have. It is a very precise one. And if you, just a ballpark figure would be that India's contribution to global emission is close to 7%. And within that 7%, 14% is that from the transport sector. And in the transport sector, 80% is from the roads. And in that roads, close to 40% is from the heavy duty vehicles. So these are the buses, these are the heavy duty trucks. That is what the scenario is. Absolutely precise calculation is there that if you burn 1 liter of, say, gasoline, how much precise GHG emission do you leave? So that is a well-established scientific fact. Second thing was that with regard to recycling, yes, we are alive that recycling is going to be a very, very essential part of the ecosystem. And that is the reason why at around 3 months back, battery waste management rules, the revised guidelines were issued by MOEFCC, and we were always partner to it. For the lithium ion precisely, There is a circular economy has been among the 10 sectors, 11 sectors, lithium ion battery has been included as one of the sectors in which we are working. We have created specific action plans for different ministries, how to go about it so that lithium ion is not wasted, lithium is not wasted. In addition to that, all the critical metals and minerals which are there, they are retrieved. And the best part is that technologically it is possible. Almost 80% plus retrieval can take place if proper recycling ecosystem is set up. There was another thing that what exactly we are doing in the stream of lithium. We are aware that this is going to be a challenge as far as supply chain is concerned, as far as manufacturing of advanced chemistry cell is concerned. So what we are doing is that, Kabil is one of the organizations under Ministry of Mines, and there are other consortium partners to it. So they are working on it, that how to take this thing forward. In addition to that, ACMA is working on it. Ministry of External Affairs is working on it. Very recently, we had the full visit from Western Australia, the entire team with all the political leaders. They had come. Tony Abbott came to us as a trade envoy of the present Australian Prime Minister, and they are ready to support us as far as lithium is concerned. So we are working on both the areas. One is Australia, and second is the LATAM countries, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina. Otherwise, also we do have some, established agreements with them. We are also encouraging the OEMs to go in for their own kind of agreements, if they can stitch one, and our embassies are providing all the facilitation internationally. So that is what is going on as far as the supply chain is concerned. Now, friends, we are taking electric mobility in an absolutely structured way on the fastest possible pace. And this is what is internationally acclaimed. This is what is internationally sung for. They know it, that India is doing it, and India is going to achieve it on a very fast pace. I can give you examples. Some of the flagship programs that we have, you are aware of, FAME 1, FAME 2, National Mission, PLI schemes on advanced chemistry cell, automobile components, close to $7.5 billion, little bit here and there. That is what we have included as an incentive structure for the OEMs so that this entire thing can be taken forward. We are also focusing on the softer side of it. Skill building, you saw Hexagon making a presentation. Awareness is another one. Entrepreneurship development is the third one. So those areas are also being focused. Last year, around, say, in the March and April, we re-strategized our FAME scheme. And what we did was that we completely thought that probably the way we are going through that was not correct. And we re-strategized it, and the result has been fabulous. In the two-wheeler stream, last year around, say, March, April, we were 3.5% of our target. And our target was incentivizing 1 million two-wheelers. So when I said 1 million, you can safely assume that on the roads, there will be 3 times of it. So 3 million will be there. So as against the target of 1 million, we were 3.5% of the target achieved. Today, friends, we are close to 70% of it. So in 1.5 years, little less than that, we have achieved from 3.5% to 70% in two-wheelers. Almost 12 to 15% of the new sales are electric. In three-wheelers, 50% sale of new vehicles, they are electric. In four-wheelers, if you see last 5 years, the growth story, every year it is 3x. We started with some 125, 130, around 4 or 5 years back. Last year it was 20,000. This year it is going to be 60,000. And next year it is going to be, that is 23, 24, it is going to be 180,000. That is how 3x it is moving on. This is the reason why internationally we are acclaimed. Now, with regard to India's national aspiration, that is the big, big picture that I must present before you. The national aspiration is very clear. We do not only want to be EV using nation of the world. No, that is very easy task. We want to be global manufacturer of the world. That is what the aspiration is. That is the reason why in advanced chemistry cell, ladies and gentlemen, we have ensured that the quality parameters are world's best, simply world's best. The idea was very clear, Let me recollect a couple of anecdotes from some meetings where the world's best countries, those countries whom we technologically always say they are the great ones, they were kind of using pressure on us that please reduce the parameters. This is not possible to get so much of energy density. This is not possible to get that much of cycle life. It was amazing. And now we had developed it after 2 years of hard work. And here is some ambassador, some head of the state representative who is saying that this is not doable, please reduce it. So in one of the meetings, of course, despite being known for maintaining my cool, I lost it. I said, you can't do it. How do you know that in the world, nobody will be able to do it? We are going in for a global bid. Let's try for it. And there's so much of diffidence, ladies and gentlemen, that they said that you are supporting, that the government of India is supporting with 18,000 crore rupees, 18,100 crore rupees, 50 gigawatt of advanced chemistry cell manufacturing with the quality parameters that I mentioned to you. They said, ये लोग बात करते हैं, that is what the comment on the industry is. ये लोग बात करते हैं, आपको 15 के लिए आदमी नहीं मिलेगा. You will not get bidders even for 10 or 15. But as it would have it, in one of those meetings when I said that in no case we can drop the parameters at any cost. The minister, the honorable minister, he was looking at me. I said, sir, we do not want to make a product which is made in India, used in India, throw in India. It has to be world's best. Tomorrow, if Tesla falls short of vehicles, short of battery, if National doesn't have, Samsung do not have, they should be reaching out to us. How will that happen if we compromise on quality? Then Minister could read it. He said that, okay, आपको कौन बोलेगा रिड्यूस करने के लिए? हम ही तो बोलेंगे, और हम भी तब बोलेंगे जब हमको कोई ऊपर से बोलेगा. हम भी थोड़ा रेसिस्ट करते हैं, थोड़ा आप भी रेसिस्ट कीजिए. And that is how it went on. We pulled through. When the bids were opened, what a tremendous satisfaction we got. 130 gigawatt का आदमी खड़ा था. 1 gigawatt का मतलब 1000 करोड़ रुपया. 130 gigawatt का मतलब 1,30,000 करोड़ रुपया लेके इंडस्ट्री तैयार थी that we are ready to put into the country. That is the kind of, that is how you resist something and then you gain it. That was in advanced chemistry cell. The same story has been everywhere you see. A couple of years back, all these OEMs, I used to be a little scared of these OEMs. They used to barge into my room and say, आप कहते हैं नई assembly line बनाई है, यहाँ तो खरीदने वाला ही नहीं है. Now the position has changed. अब मैं डेली पूछता हूँ, पिछले महीना कितना बस बना, इस महीने कितना कार बन रहा है. Now they are realizing that no, because that traction is there, so much of demand is there. We are able to manufacture some 200 cars a day. Demand is 700 cars a day. This is the demand. You go and try and book. Sir was saying EV Nexon. I also do have EV Nexon, of course, given by government only. But if you try to book them, book an EV Nexon, it will take you not less than 5 to 6 months. And more so when, I'm trying to persuade them on a daily basis. But, they are very responsible. I must have compliment our industry players. They're very responsible. Of late, they have decided that the entire Ford factory that they have taken over, the Tatas only, for example, from that Ford factory, 175,000 vehicles, EV cars, must be rolled out on an annual basis. This is what they are doing. Not only Tatas, I can take names of OEMs after OEMs in different vehicle segment, and I can tell you that how much good work they are doing. So this is a team effort, you see. Niti is there, but we have to achieve it because it is the team India. You always talk of whole of government approach. Any policy means you are involved into it. We are not here to say that, okay, we will do it alone. No, we are not also here to say that we will be leading it. No, we'll bring you in our team and we will also ensure that you are on the driving wheel. You drive the entire program forward. As far as the policy spectrum is concerned, industry, majority of them say that whatever government could do, they have done. It is a different thing that sometimes they keep on asking about rationalization of GST and things like that, which has itself had taken in a big way in last, what, some 3-4 years. GSTs have been rationalized in electric vehicles. What we are doing is that as far as policy is concerned, we have asked states to frame the policies, to own them, to implement them. We never told them कि इस तरह की policy बनाइए. We never told them that this is the policies to implement कर दीजिए, because they would have simply said कि नहीं हमको नहीं करना. So we did not get into these hassles, and the result today is 31 out of 36 states and union territories combined together, they are having independent policies. They compete amongst each other. They recalibrate their policies because they know that it's very important for OEMs to come to them. That will bring a lot of prosperity. This is with regard to the state policies. We are talking of technology. Electric mobility is very heavy with technology. It is technologically driven thing. It is one of the greatest disruption of our times. 26 IITs, 23 IITs are there, sorry, 23 IITs are there. 16 of them have opened up centers of excellence. This IIT Delhi is also one there. 16 out of 23 IITs, they have opened up centers of excellence. They are taking it forward. And these are not centers of excellence just for, a big professorial chair kind of thing. No, this is where they are connected to the industry, where specific problem statements are extended to them. They solve it within the time frame with the fund that is given to them. That is the kind of thing going on. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of India's EV story. This is one of the most brilliant stories. I keep on telling it because that's my job. And 24 countries of Europe, for example, if I would have time, I would have told you that how exactly, yes, please. I'll wind it up. How exactly, we have been able to do buses, for example. What a brilliant work that has been done on the buses. Almost close to 11,000 buses we have planned. Now you see their presence started in Delhi. At a time when South America has got some 1,000 buses, North America and Canada put together has got 1,500 buses. Europe, all 24 countries of electric mobility combined together last year could register 2,300 all buses. We rolled out one program of 5,450 buses and they were rolled out. We have got a national electric bus program for 50,000 buses. So we think, and we have started thinking very big. But the idea is very clear. We want to be world's best, not alone, but with your help. Thank you.
Mr. Sinha, please stay back on the dais. Please stay back. Thank you so much for a very inspiring and very interesting address. And it's great to know about our plans. May I invite Mr. Vivek Saha to felicitate you. Mr. Vivek Saha is a strategic advisor, and formerly he was the executive director at NASSCOM. May I request Mr. Saha to felicitate. सिन्हा जी, आपकी बातें सुन के ना एपेटाइट बढ़ गया है इंडस्ट्री का और भूख भी लगी है। अभी खाने का समय भी हो गया है। So we will break for lunch for 45 minutes. So please be back here. Lunch is being served at two places. One is just outside this auditorium and on the first floor. So please help yourself. Also, please don't forget to visit the Modi Hall, which has a lot of exhibitions. By 2:15 we should be here. We'll start. 2:15 we will start here.
The new Nexon EV Max moves you to the max.
Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with.
Working towards increasing quality delivery of manufacturing companies globally identify, predict, and eliminate product defects. Greenfield has market presence in global market aerospace and electronics product manufacturers. Currently, we have more than 400 plus deployments across 14 plus countries. Starting to work around different engines in 2017 to solve challenges in visual inspection in the software, to today deploying solutions across conveyor, standalone workstation, mobile, and headquarters. Linco's journey has marked a steady growth over the past 5 years. From starting as a research and development, AI-based users, receiving appreciation from best technology, Linco has conquered several milestones. As per their inspection results, the company has achieved 99.9% accuracy in orders, repeatability, the best result for Smart inspection powered by AI. मेरी मानिए तो IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देते हैं सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, IMPS, डेबिट कार्ड और चेक बुक पे है लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट और रिसर्च। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
Much like the charkha fold, Swatantra used her beloved sewing machine to win her own freedom. From stitching frocks for a fee of 50 rupees to running her own clothing business, Swatantra has come a long way, like the country she shares her birthday with.
old flash like a rocket. Got time for the future. Don't look back at the past.
The new Nexon EV Max moves you to the max.
Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with.
LINCO is an artificial intelligence and industrial IoT products organization working towards increasing quality delivery of manufacturing companies globally by identifying, predicting, and eliminating product defects. LINCO has marked its presence in the global market across leading automotive, aerospace, and electronics product manufacturers. Currently, we have more than 400 plus deployments across 14 plus countries. Starting to work around inference engines in 2017 to solve challenges in visual inspection from the software firm, to today deploying solutions across boom, conveyor, standalone workstation, mobile, and headgear. LINCO's journey has marked a steady growth over the past 5 years. From starting as a research and development on creating a product for conducting AI-based enhancements, to receiving appreciation from a company that received an award for the best technology, LINCO has conquered several milestones. As per their inspection results, the company has achieved 99.9% accuracy and 100% repeatability in their system. The best result provided by inspection platform. Linko, smart inspections powered by AI.
मेरी मानिए तो आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देते हैं सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आईएमपीएस, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे है लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सर्च। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
Much like the charkha fold, Swatantra used her beloved sewing machine to win her own freedom. From stitching frocks for a fee of 50 rupees to running her own clothing business, Swatantra has come a long way, like the country she shares her birthday with.
The new Nexon EV Max moves you to the max.
Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with.
LINCO is an artificial intelligence and industrial IoT products organization working towards increasing quality delivery of manufacturing companies globally by identifying, predicting, and eliminating product defects. LINCO has marked its presence in the global market across leading automotive, aerospace, and electronics product manufacturers. Currently, we have more than 400 plus deployments across 14 plus countries. Starting to work around inference engines in 2017 to solve challenges in visual inspection from the software front, to today deploying solutions across cobot, conveyor, standalone workstation, mobile, and headgear. LINCO's journey has marked a steady growth over the past 5 years. From starting as a research and development on creating a product for conducting AI-based inferences, to receiving appreciation from a company that received an award for the best technology implement, LINCO has conquered several milestones. As per their inspection results, the company has achieved 99.9% accuracy and 100% repeatability in their system, the best result provided by a visual inspection platform. LINCO, smart inspections powered by AI. Let's go.
Do you?
Let's go.
मेरी मानिए तो आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देते हैं सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, IMPS, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे हैं लो चार्जेस। यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सर्च। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, अब भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
Much like the charkha of old, Swatantra used her beloved sewing machine to win her own freedom. From stitching frocks for a fee of 50 rupees to running her own clothing business, Swatantra has come a long way, like the country she shares her birthday with.
to the max. You gotta move it to the max. You gotta move it in the slow. You gotta move it to the max. You gotta move it in the slow. You gotta move it, move it, move it.
The new Nexon EV Max moves you to the max.
Ratan Benugam Shikarya is exactly as old as independent India. Though she studied only till class 3, she never really stopped learning. With ideas from around the world and things from around her home, she creates magic every day. A bit like the country she shares her birthday with.
LINCO is an artificial intelligence and industrial IoT products organization working towards increasing quality delivery of manufacturing companies globally by identifying, predicting, and eliminating product defects. LINCO has marked its presence in the global market across leading automotive, aerospace, and electronics product manufacturers. Currently, we have more than 400 plus deployments across 14 plus countries. Starting to work around inference engines in 2017 to solve challenges in visual inspection from the software front, to today deploying solutions across cobot, conveyor, standalone workstation, mobile, and headgear. LINCO's journey has marked a steady growth over the past 5 years. From starting as a research and development on creating a product
Hello.
AI-based inferences, to receiving appreciation from a company that received
Yes.
an award for the best technology. LINCO has conquered several milestones. As per their inspection results, the company has achieved 99.9% accuracy and 100% repeatability in their system, the best result provided by a visual inspection platform. LINCO, smart inspections powered by AI.
Student volunteers near the desk, please come here. Maybe. There is one vehicle which is parked and it is blocking the way. It is Mahindra TUV 300. The license plate reads as UP85BF4451. If it belongs to you, then you may please go there and clear the way. I'll read out the names. You put the Ramon Gurji. Kiran Deshmukh. Ramashankar Pandey, Kiran Deshmukh. Yeah. From Pune. Yeah. And Reggie Mathai. Ramashankar Pandey. Kiran Deshmukh. उसी तरह यहाँ रख दीजिए राइट साइड। हाँ, एक तरफ रख दो। बाकी ठीक हो।
कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सोच। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। आइडियलिटी फर्स्ट रैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
Much like the charkha fold, Swatantra used her beloved sewing machine to win her own freedom. From stitching frocks for a fee of 50 rupees to running her own clothing business, Swatantra has come a long way, like the country she shares her birthday with.
You can't stop it, moving so fast like a rocket. Got time for the future, don't look back at the past. Make it true.
Good afternoon again. Please be seated. We'll start the next session. Please be seated. Please be seated. We'll start the next session with very interesting panel discussion. Yeah. Yes,
Talk to the panel. Okay. We'll cut down 5 minutes. So 45 here, 40 minutes. No, 40 minutes is including audience questions. So then you wind up in 35 minutes. Then ऐसे मत करो. Audience need to feel involved. That is unfair to the audience. Do 35 minutes. 35 minutes पे you signal, and 40 minutes पे ring the bell. Okay. ये पहले से इनको बताना पड़ेगा.
अनाउंस ही कर देता हूँ मैं यहीं से. नहीं वो ड्रॉप आउट हुआ. तो ऊपर जाके उनको बता देना कि वो 5 लोगों का स्लाइड ना दिखाए. कोई जरूरत नहीं. जो 2 लोग नहीं ना, सिन्हा जी ऑलरेडी बात कर चुके हैं और देना नहीं है. We'll say half an hour then. May I request all to please settle down, and it's my pleasure to invite the next panelists. It's a very interesting topic. Vocal for local, dynamics of localizing for EV supply chain. And for which the moderator of the discussion, the panel chair, is Dr. Pramod Joshi. May I request Mrs. Joshi to please come on stage. Please applaud loudly. Dr. Joshi is a coach and a mentor, IIT BHI alumnus, and he has been the founder of multiple enterprises like the Winning Mantra and Ecolabs and so many. To join him on this panel, we have a mix of professionals from variety of industries, organizations. My friend, Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Managing Director of Hela India Lighting. Mr. Pandey is known for his crusade or his purpose of road safety, and he is very active in that domain as well. He is an entrepreneur. He was one of the youngest CEOs in India in the automotive sector. He's a brand builder and with innovative business models, he expands businesses for the organizations. Then we have Mr. Kiran Deshmukh, the Chief Technology Officer from Sona BLW Precision Forgings Limited. At Sona Comstar, he is responsible, among many other things, focus on developing new technology partnerships and building competencies in manufacturing excellence in the company. The third panelist we have is from my city, from my home city, Dr. Reggie Mathai, Director, ARAI, Automotive Research Association of India. He is from Pune. He is an alumnus of IIT BHU also and IIT Delhi. So it's like a homecoming for you, Mr. Mathai. And he has been the Chief General Manager earlier with Indian Oil Corporation. And currently he is also Treasurer of CIMAC India. So with this, I request Dr. Pramod Joshi to begin the proceedings. For the next half an hour, we will hear the panel discussion and we'll take a couple of questions as they come. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we are running late. So with apologies to everybody, we will be trying to crunch the time. We can't create it, but we'll try to crunch it. We commissioned a time motion study during the lunchtime and found out that if the moderator sits on one end, we save 25 seconds instead of sitting in the middle, because there is time in moving your neck here and there. So now I am seated on this end, and we have 3 panelists. The 4th panelist, of course, you heard just before lunch. He had to leave, so we gave him that slot, Mr. Sinha. Right now, we are going to focus on this very interesting topic, vocal for local. And we don't want to just use it as a catch-all phrase. We want to go and dive deeper. So I think what I'm going to do is request each of the panelists to speak for about 2.5 minutes each.